Thank you, councillors. If you can please settle down to allow the mayor and the speaker to come in. Thank you, councillors. Kindly settle down as we allow the mayor and the speaker of council to walk in. The choir can proceed with the songs in the interim, in the meantime. Thank you, councillors. If you can kindly stand up for the mayor and the speaker to come in.
Thank you. We may be seated, councillors and our guests.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, notice is hereby given of a special council meeting of the City of Ekurhuleni to be held Thursday, 25 May at 10 o'clock to consider the matters which appear on the agenda. Speaker, the first item on the agenda is the opening and welcome.
Thank you very much, CS. Executive Mayor, Councillor Sivuyile Ngotwana, Whip of Council, Alderman Jongizizwe Dlabati, members of the Mayoral Committee, aldermen and women present, the leader of government business, Alderman Ngosindipile Xhakaza, chairperson of chairpersons, Councillor Julius Mdluli, chairpersons of Section 79 committees and standing committees, leaders of political parties in council, all councillors present, the city manager, Dr. Imagine Mashazi, council secretary, Advocate Modise Kwetle, all senior management and officials present here today, leaders of faith-based organizations, traditional leaders, members of the media, ward committee members, our guests, and most importantly, residents of the city of Ekurhuleni. The 25th of May is a commemoration of Africa Day. We would like to wish prosperity to all Africans in Africa and those that are in the diaspora, as we maintain a deep connection with them. We want to appreciate the vision that is provided for us by our forefathers, Kwame Nkrumah, Julius Nyerere, and Winnie Mandela, just to name a few, to celebrate this day as we strive towards a united Africa that is inspired by them. We remain inspired, and we appreciate and celebrate being the children of Mother Africa. We would also like to send our heartfelt condolences to the arts industry and music lovers all over the world with the passing of the legend Tina Turner, whose musical career spans over 5 decades of hit after hit. She was simply the best. It is with honor to welcome you all to the City of Ekurhuleni Special Council meeting as requested by the Mayor of the People, Councillor Sivuyile Ngotwana, for the delivery of the budget speech by the member of the Mayoral Committee, MMC of Finance, EPMO and ICT, Councillor Nkululeko Dunga. This meeting is convened in accordance with Rule 9 of the Standing Orders Bylaw as approved by Council. The sitting will be broadcasted on the following social media platforms: YouTube and Facebook. Honorable councillors and guests, we would like to now call upon the EMP choir to sing the national anthem. Thank you. We may stand. Thank you. We may be seated. We would now call on Councillor Mukwena. Mfundisi, sicela usithandazele.
Thank you. Let's bow our head. Modimo ntate, modimo mora, modimo yo halalelang. Re atumela trone ya hao hoseng hona ka boikokobetso. Hodima boikarabelo le mosebetsi o re fileng ona ka hara motse wa Ekurhuleni. Modimo re kopa wena ebe wena tla re etela pele tsatsing la kajeno program yohle e tsamaiswe ke mo yo halalelang. Modimo wa ka o re thuse hoseng hona re tsebe tsa rona di bulehe re utlwe re mamele. Modimo wa ka re be le mamello ho mamela e mong le mong a tla bua ntate ya halalelang hore tle re kgone ho araba ka tsela e tshwanetseng ka ntle ho dikgoka le ntwa. Re kopa moya wa kgutso ka hara ntlo ya Ekurhuleni ka lebitso le matla la Morena Jesu Kriste. Lebitso la ho haleboko jwalo ka mehla ntate re a leboha. Amen.
Thank you, Mfundisi. Can we go to the next item? Yes.
Thank you, Speaker. We are now on announcements and acknowledgements.
Thank you. Our announcement, Executive Mayor and Honorable Councillors and distinguished guests, is that we would like to inform the residents of the city of Ekurhuleni that today we are going to be having the budget speech and the debate, as well as the ordinary council meeting. We would like to acknowledge the following guests. The Deputy President of the Economic Freedom Fighters, who's also an MP, Commissar Floyd Shibambu. We would also like to acknowledge the Honorable Teliswa Mkweba, who's a member of the Regional Executive Committee of the ANC and also an MP. Our former Chief Whip, Deputy Chief Whip, Council Alderman Ibrahim Motara. Member of the Provincial Command Team of the EFF and also an MPL, Honorable Lindy Wemasilela. Would also like to greet, I'm not sure if it's a Mr. or Miss Wilford Zaza of the UDM, Mr. Sabelo Dlamini of the NFP Provincial Working Committee. Sibulise nani futhi bo Ndabezitha. We siyabonga that you are always with us. We would also like to greet the member of the Economic Freedom Fighters, of the Central Committee of the Economic Freedom Fighters, who's the head of political education, Commissar Mbuyiseni Ndlozi. Thank you.
Speaker, yeah, I know you have been looking there. There's an acting regional secretary of the African National
Nopal,
Congress.
yes.
Please acknowledge her.
Yes, I would like to also, Whip of Council, acknowledge our permanent guest, Unopala, Ufaita Muiponi. Siyabonga Whip, I think others will be coming in and will acknowledge them as they come in. Thank you very much. Can we move to the next item?
Speaker.
Yes, Mama.
Thank you very much, Speaker. We would also like to welcome our national chairperson for the Freedom Front Plus, and Gauteng MPL Advocate Anton Alberts. Thank you.
Thank you. We welcome the advocate, and we also welcome Councillor Dani Peter, who's the newly elected councillor of Ward 25. Thank you. Next item, CS.
Speaker, it's to you to call the executive mayor.
Thank you, Executive Mayor. Can you please come to the podium so that you can present the principle of the reviewed IDP and draft MTREF for the 2023-2024 to 2025-2026 financial year? You may take the podium. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Councillors, let's settle down, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, the Speaker of Council, Councillor Ntabiseng Shivenga, Whip of Council, Alderman Chongizizwe Dlabati, leaders of political parties in Council, members of the Mayoral Committee, leader of government business, fellow councillors, the City Manager, Dr. Imogen Mashazi, senior management and staff of Council, distinguished guests, leaders of business and captain of industries, members of the media, and the community of Ekurhuleni. A very good morning. Let me take this opportunity to thank the people of Ekurhuleni for providing us an opportunity as the people's government to deliver yet another milestone policy speech in as many months. This time around, our focus shifts a gear because we are not only making a commitment, but also putting rands and cents to the aspiration of our people through delivery of IDP, budget, and related policies. Madam Speaker, last month we delivered the State of the City address at which we articulated our mission of improving the lives of the people of this dynamic region. We committed ourselves as the people's government, a collaborative government of the ANC, EFF, AIC, CoP, NFP, UDM, PAC, PA, IRASA, ICM, and ATM to deliver our agenda of service delivery, and service delivery. We also made an undertaking that we should be coming back to Council in a few weeks to deliver the people's budget that will demonstrate that our government is serious about achieving its strategic goal. Today is today. Following weeks of consultations with various stakeholders, residents, and businesses, we have consolidated all the views and come up with the IDP and budget document that are aligned with the wishes of the people. We have heard how our people yearn for better and predictable service delivery, sustainable energy supply, the cleaning of streets and grass cutting, elimination of crime, mainly gender-based violence, and proper maintenance of streets and roads, especially in township. Our people are crying for jobs opportunity, better healthcare facilities, assistance with the payment of services, and an improved transportation system to make movement much easier and affordable. When we accept the call to govern, we made it clear that we will spend less time in the office and more time in the street. That is why we have adopted the team working together to build better and prosperous communities. What this means is that we shall listen more to our people and bring them on board on the issues of governance and service delivery in the city. The best way to achieve this is by spending more time with our people, because the way we interact directly and we get first information what is happening on the ground. The budget we are presenting today is informed by the will of the people. Today, we get to tell our people how we will be speeding up fixing of potholes, improving waste removal, eliminating illegal dumping, empowering recycles, and share our commitment towards the improvement of the living conditions of our people living in formal settlement, especially when it comes to reblocking and provision of electricity and alternative pollution system in order to bring back their dignity. Fellow council, mine today is not to deliver the speech, but I thought it was important to pave the way and give meaning to the principle that informed the formulation of the IDP budget and related policies. At this point, Madam Speaker, please allow me to invite MMC Councillor Dunga to deliver the 2023-2024 budget speech. I thank you.
Thank you, Ian. Before we call the MMC to the podium, councillors, as per our previous discussions, we all know that we are doctors in our other lives, but please let's put our phones on silence. We would now call on the MMC of Finance, EPMO and ICT to come and present the details of the medium-term revenue and expenditure framework, the MTREF, for the 2023-24 to 2025-26 and the revised 2022-23 to 2026-27 IDP. MMC, you may take the podium.
Thank you very much, Speaker. To the Executive Mayor, Councillor Vuile Ngodwana, the Speaker of Council, Councillor Ntabiseng Chivenga, the Whip of Council, members of the Mayoral Committee, the Chair of Chairs, Honorable Councillors, the City Manager, the Council Secretary, the senior managers of the departments of the city, leaders of business, labor, civil society, distinguished guests, members of the media, fellow residents of Egoroleni, nezinduna zethu, kanye nabaholi bethu that are here before us, led as well by the Deputy President of the Economic Freedom Fighters. Sanbonan, Dumelang, Molweni, Nda, Avsheni, good morning to you all. Madam Speaker, it is with great honor and humility that I stand here before you. As colleagues on behalf of the People's Government of the City of Egoroleni, we stand here on behalf of the Economic Freedom Fighters, the Economic Emancipation Movement under the ever-capable leadership of the Commander-in-Chief, Julius Selo Malema, to deliver the 2023-2024 budget for the City of Egoroleni. The EFF turns 10 in July and has thus far demonstrated to be a dependable force in the politics of South Africa, Africa, and Africa diaspora. We are loyal servants of our people and working in close collaboration with all progressive forces and forward-looking public representatives, we are here to deliver the people's budget. We are further honored to deliver this inaugural budget speech as EFF public representatives on the 25th of May 2023, which marks exactly 60 years since the formation of the Organization of African Unity. The 25th of May is celebrated in the African continent and African diaspora as African Day. We recommit ourselves to the political, economic, and social unification of the African continent, which was broken down into what Kwame Nkrumah calls small and viable states and countries. Africa's unity and unification remains the only mechanism through which we can achieve collective prosperity and progress as the still neo-colonized people of the African continent. We pay tribute to the progressive and genuinely Pan-Africanist proponents of this African unity, in particular, Kwame Nkrumah, Emperor Haile Selassie, Julia Nyerere, Kenneth Kaunda, Muammar Gaddafi, Thomas Sankara, Frantz Fanon, Modibo Keita, and Patrice Lumumba. We boldly stand and say, without fear of contradiction, what we have taken up spear, and in everything we do, we will always embrace progressive and socialist Pan-Africanism. At the outset, allow us to take this moment to pay tribute to a selfless and dedicated fighter, a fellow colleague and former councillor in the city of Ekurhuleni, the late Koketso Mojatau. In light of this, we humbly request that we take a moment of silence to pay tribute to our comrade and brother, Koketso Mojatau, who tragically passed away through senseless criminal activity here in the city. He served with integrity as a former regional deputy chairperson of the Economic Freedom Fighters in Ekurhuleni and as a PR councillor in the city of Ekurhuleni, where his tireless advocacy for economic freedom was felt by all. So may we please just reserve a moment of silence in his honor. Thank you. We are here to present the budget of the city of Ekurhuleni for the financial year of 2023-2024. In doing so, we carry the obligation to locate the budget in both global and domestic context and changing of the balance of forces. In our analysis of the global and domestic contexts, we take a leaf from the Marxist agricultural economist and revolutionary Amilcar Cabral, who said, I quote, "Always bear in mind that the people are not fighting for ideas, for the things in anyone's head. They are fighting to win material benefit, to live better and in peace, to see their lives go ahead, to guarantee the future of their children." Close quote. Cabral also said it was an obligation of all revolutionaries to tell no lies and claim no easy victories. We will therefore not tell lies and will not claim easy victories. The world we live in is shifting in favor of the progressive forces of change. We are living in a world where the power of the dollar is weakening and the world is no longer anti-unipolar, where only one country and its allies in the world dictate the global political and economic agenda and threatens alternate voices and movements. The erstwhile dominance of the imperialist forces, particularly the USA, is being gradually shrinking and will soon dwindle into insignificance as many countries break free from the neo-colonial and imperialist control. As progressive forces, we must openly and proudly associate with progressive forces of change that are calling for the de-dollarization of the global economy and a multipolar world order. And we must encourage the emergence of alternative financial institutions just like the BRICS Bank. Our present and future policies and consideration must unapologetically associate with the progressive nations of China, Brazil, Russia, and India. As a city with a relative significant manufacturing sector, we must perpetually and always appreciate what is happening in other parts of the world so that we take sound decisions.
No, thank you very much, Speaker. I think we want to appeal to the Council and especially the leaders of political parties, to stick to an agreement that says, let's allow for the smooth functioning of council. The MMC is presenting the budget speech. We are going to have a debate. We are going to have, Speaker, can I be protected? We are going to have a debate. Let's allow the MMC to present and finish. We have an opportunity to respond to the budget speech. Thank you.
Thank you, MMC. You may proceed. Councillors, we're going to request that you allow the MMC to present the budget speech. You will have an opportunity to respond on the debate. Thank you, MMC. You may proceed.
No, thank you very much, Speaker of Council. As a city with relatively significant manufacturing sector, we must perpetually and always appreciate what is happening in other parts of the world so that we take sound and measured decisions on who we relate with. We do not exist in isolation, and our livelihoods, the economy, and the politics are interlinked to what happens in the world and the country as a whole. In terms of the domestic context, here in South Africa, we're living in a shrinking economy, which is dwindling in terms of size, quality, and quantity. Unemployment is a significant issue, where more than 50% of South African labor force does not have any source of employment and is not in education and training. The current situation of poverty is even more overwhelming, with 30.4 million people, which is over half of the population, living below the upper bound poverty line of 1,417 rands a month. Furthermore, the escalating fuel prices have also posed a concern for all, with the cost of a litre of unleaded petrol increasing from 21 rand 51 cents in May 2022 to 23 rands 1 cent in May 2023. And unleaded petrol 95 at the cost rising from 21 rand and 9 cents to 22 rand and 62 cents within the same period. Lastly, the increase in the prime lending rate from 6.2 in November 2022 to 7.75% further signifies the intensifying economic pressure on our people. The monetary policies of the South African Reserve Bank have direct impact and implications for our municipalities because the residents' capacity to pay for municipal services is negatively affected by rising interest rates. As this happens when South African economy is not growing, this is threatening the livelihoods of our people, not only at a national level, but at a municipal level, because with lower revenue, municipalities cannot optimally deliver basic municipal services. I hope this answers all the shouting that we have had earlier on. Building on what the Executive Mayor, Councillor Sivuyile Ngodwana, said when he delivered the State of the City address on the 25th of April 2023, under the theme, The People's Government. This is now the articulation of the finances of the people's government and its priorities. This is therefore a people's budget which responds to the needs and the demands of the people of Ekurhuleni. Everything we do and everything we'll talk about in this people's budget responds to the demands, the interests, and the aspirations of our people. Honorable Speaker, a people's budget demands that we should go back to the real basics, Councillor Tanya, and present the background and context of what the city of Ekurhuleni is and what it needs are and what is to be done in the immediate.
MMC. Councillor Dlamini, what rule are you rising on?
Rule 63, Speaker. I'm rising.
Can you speak up, please?
Rule 63, Speaker. I hear MMC just call Alderman Tanya Campbell a councillor. She's an alderman. Thank you.
Councillor, that's not a point of order. Councillors, let's settle down. That's not a point of order. Councillor, MMC, you may proceed.
Thank you very much, Speaker. The city of Ekurhuleni is home to 3.7 million people, comprising of 1.6 million households. Ekurhuleni is one of the metropolitan municipalities that is located in Gauteng province, occupying 1,975 kilometers squares of the land area, which spreads over 10.9% of Gauteng's landmass. It is projected that by 2030, we'll have over 4 million residents and 8.8 million residents by 2050. Today, Ekurhuleni comprises of 9 towns, namely Alberton, Benoni, Boksburg, Brakpan, Edenvale, Germiston, Kempton Park, Nigel, and Springs. Included in these towns are 17 other townships, amongst which are Davidton, Guatema, Tembisa, Tsakane, Vosloorus, Thokoza, and Katlehong, to mention just a few. Amongst these townships are 163 informal settlements, which serve as residential areas for some members of our communities. The city has a total of 112 wards, and our budget must realistically respond to the aspirations, the demands, and the interests of these wards. Over 80.4% of our people live in formal dwellings, and 18.7% live in informal dwellings, and 9% of the households live in backyard dwellings. Poverty remains high in the city of Ekurhuleni, as over 34% of our people live in dire poverty. According to the first quarter of the 2023 Labor Force Survey published by Statistics South Africa on the 16th of May 2023, Ekurhuleni has a total labor force of 2.2 million people. These are the people between the ages of 15 and 64 years of age who are able to actually attain work. Of these 2.2 million people who are able to work, only 1.2 million are employed, and 848,000 remain unemployed. Ekurhuleni's unemployment rate stands at 41.9%. As the executive mayor indicated in his State of the City address, this is higher than the provincial and national average, and the highest amongst all 8 metropolitan municipalities in South Africa. Ekurhuleni hosts Africa's biggest and busiest international airport, the OR Tambo International Airport, with over 21 million passengers per year passing through its bordering gates, either coming to South Africa or as a transit stop on their way to other destinations. This in itself presents a massive economic development potential for the cities of Ekurhuleni, particularly in the tourism and hospitality industry. The city contributes 19.7% to Gauteng's economy and contributes 6.9% to the GDP of South Africa, with a gross domestic product of over 300 billion. Ekurhuleni's economy is dominated by manufacturing, finance and business services, some government services, and to some extent, hospitality. In 2022, we were able to achieve an annual economic growth of 2.9%, which was higher than the Gauteng one of 2.7%, and that of South Africa, whose growth rate is at a low 2%. Ekurhuleni is part of the OR Tambo Special Economic Zone, the first special economic zone linked to a port of entry that forms part of the SEZ program established in the early 2000s. Madam Speaker, the proposed revenue of the overall budget we are speaking to today is 55.3 billion, which is made up of 22 billion from the sale of electricity, 8.6 billion from property rates, 6.7 billion from water revenue, 3.2 billion from sanitation revenue, 1.8 billion from refuse revenue, 1.3 billion from interest that is earned on outstanding debts, and just under 5 billion from interest that is earned on investments, rental of facilities and equipments, licenses and permits, and other sources of revenue. We also receive, Madam Speaker, 6.2 billion from other revenue sources, such as the national and provincial government, in the form of equitable share and conditional grants. Honorable councillors, the equitable share allocation is determined by the population and developmental factors, such as poverty, and we as a council are at liberty to decide on when and how we spend it. And this must be done in consultation with the people of the city of Ekurhuleni. However, conditional grants are provided by national and provincial government to achieve specific objectives, hence the name conditional grants. Madam Speaker, this is the context and the background of the People's Budget. Part of the People's Budget context is that it is informed by the revised Integrated Development Plan, which is known as the IDP, which are the demands of the people which has been consulted over time. This budget is not a product of some high-level roundtable discussion of just the elite, but a product of response to the demands, the interest, and the aspirations of our people. This budget will reflect what has been the demand of the people through the IDP consultative process. The people of Tembisa, sinizwile, very loud and clear when you said you want clean and drinkable water. The people of Katoras, ganyanani sanizwa, manitigiti, you want reliable electricity. To the people of Kempton Park, we heard you when you said you want regular refuse removal. The people of Guatema, Rechapak, and Germiston, sinizwile very well when you said you want sustainable jobs for the youth. The people of Tsakane, we heard you when you said you are also longing for a 24-hour clinic. The people of Katlehong, Brakpan, Springs, and Boksburg, we heard you when you said you are tired of crime and vandalism of the electricity infrastructure. Sinizwile, your views will find expression in the People's Budget. This is your budget. For the past 3 consecutive financial years, the city of Ekurhuleni has achieved clean audits. We commit to continuing with the issue of clean audits. However, let us use this opportunity to provide a constructive critique of the notion of a clean audit. A clean audit without service delivery means absolutely nothing. We can have a clean audit, but people do not have clean water, do not have electricity, do not have roads, and are still subjected to the use of chemical toilets till today. You can have a clean audit and still have cash flow challenges in a municipality. A clean audit is mostly defined through strict compliance with existing legislation in terms of what happened in a financial year, but it is not a measure of the impact and the reach of service delivery. We, of course, want to achieve a clean audit and a clean government, which is going to respond to the needs of the people, while complying with all the necessary legislations and regulations that exist in terms of how we must spend government money. We want a clean government that will deliver services to our people. Councillors and the people of Ekurhuleni, Speaker, it will be foolhardy to think that we can present a budget without prioritizing the crisis of electricity in South Africa. This budget and everything else we are going to present here today depends on the availability of electricity and energy in the city of Ekurhuleni. The city of Ekurhuleni is one of the most important and strategic economic and particularly industrial centers of Gauteng's province and perhaps the entire of South Africa. As we already stated, the city is home to one of the most strategic ports of entry into South Africa, the OR Tambo Airport. Millions of travelers to and from South Africa have come through our city. A dependable and reliable electricity supply to a modern industrial economy is essential to continue development and sustainability. We cannot continue to provide goods and services, and we will be unable to expand the revenue base for both the municipality and the entire South Africa revenue base if we do not have a reliable electricity supply as the city. The national government has already declared through the 2023 budget speech and through the ESCOM rescue bill that it has no intention nor an interest to generate additional electricity. An unequivocal conditionally was set for ESCOM. The 260 billion allocated to ease ESCOM's balance sheet must not be spent on electricity generation. We as the city of Ekurhuleni almost completely depend on ESCOM for electricity, which currently does not have a believable and concrete plan to end load shedding and bring about electricity supply stability. As a result, we, as the executive, will have to work with the administration to do everything in our power to bring about electricity stability, not just for the short-term goals, but for the medium and long-term purposes. We have to take concrete steps and develop workable and fiscally sound plans to guarantee the supply of electricity to all of our people and stakeholders. As the city, we are not going to fold our arms and do nothing and not do anything in relation to insulating our people from the crisis of load shedding. Our approach to electricity is completely different from the governing party at a national level. We'll do everything in our power to make sure that no electricity is cut off in all essential water and sanitation infrastructure, in clinics, in hospitals, and all other essential services. We're also going to extend this assistance to small, micro, and medium enterprises whose accounts are up to date and employ a lot of people to make sure that we protect their operations from the impact of load shedding. The city of Ekurhuleni will, in the immediate, look into short-term and medium-term solutions which will use as a combination of hybrid, off-grid, and microgrid electricity solutions. We will, as the city, soon issue out the request for information for potential investors who are willing to enter into public-private partnerships and who are willing to enter into BOTs, which are build, operate, and transfer contracts to build additional electricity generation capacity for the city of Ekurhuleni. While predominantly depending on ESCOM, the neighboring cities of Tshwane and Johannesburg have dedicated and separate electricity generation power stations which feed into the electricity demand. We, as the city of Ekurhuleni, must start initiatives to generate additional electricity and must source maximal capacity from domestic and global role players in the electricity space. As an industrial zone, we purposely must and will pursue fiscally sound efforts to source electricity for all the durability of our economy and for the protection and improvement of people's livelihoods. In the immediate, we carry an obligation to insulate essential services such as water supply, clinics, small and medium enterprises, and other essential infrastructures from the damages that might come as a result of load shedding or even possible a total blackout. The MMC of Water, Sanitation and Energy should immediately start the process of developing an integrated resource plan for the city of Ekurhuleni, which must demonstrate how we should stabilize the generation, the transmission, and the distribution of electricity in the city. Our IRP is long overdue because of a changing energy solution in the country and because of an increasingly evident failure of provincial and national governments to provide electricity to our people. The city of Ekurhuleni's energy plan should fearlessly present ideas and a concrete plan on how we should use clean coal technologies, nuclear, liquefied natural gas, platinum group metals and minerals, the sun, water, wind, the hydrogen as sources of electricity. Madam Speaker, if we produce electricity that is more than our needs, that will be a potential source of revenue income because we will sell electricity to other areas. Ekurhuleni's IRP will not be contained within the borders of Ekurhuleni and South Africa only. If there is dependable electricity that we can attain from Mozambique, Namibia, Zambia, or any of our neighboring countries, we will work through the South African Power Tool process to source electricity for our people in Ekurhuleni. We take this opportunity to demand that the National Treasury and all relevant departments and ministries establish a comprehensive conditional grant which will assist municipalities with hybrid and off-grid solutions because there is evidently no solution that will come from the national government. We also will collaborate with the provincial and national government to utilize the special economic zones in the city to attract industrial manufacturers for solar panels, inverters, batteries, and all electronic equipments that are essential for hybrid and off-grid solutions. We will engage with the relevant skills authorities to train and prepare the necessary and relevant personnel for such a decisive move towards industrial development to create jobs for the people of Ekurhuleni. The budget that we are allocating and tabling here, Madam Speaker, for the approval of 57.6 billion, of which 54.9 billion is for operation expenditure and 2.7 billion is for capital expenditure. We know that this is not enough. It is not enough to respond to the demands and the needs of our people. We are going to engage in purposeful additional revenue enhancement mechanisms. We're not just going to spend what has traditionally been allocated to us through equitable share and grants and our usual streams of revenue income. Revenue enhancement constitutes the core of what we should all pursue as different departments in the city of Ekurhuleni. The following key components will constitute the core of our revenue enhancement exercise. One of the major steps we are going to take to contain the revenue leakages is to make sure that there is maximum collection of rates and taxes from those who should and can pay for taxes and rates. We still have revenue leakages in electricity and other important rates. We are going to switch off electricity for people who are using electricity and can afford it and choose not to pay. We shall be introducing as well Operation Siyacima Manje Namhlanje, directed at companies, state-owned enterprises, and government departments that owe the city millions of rands. They must make payments within 7 days after the speech, or they risk being cut off, in line with the credit control policies of the city. You are no longer clapping. We will maximize the revenue collection from our real estate and city planning departments through outdoor advertisements and must payments by telecommunication companies that are using our buildings for network connectivity. Cell phone towers that are on top of our buildings must pay their tariffs. Where there are currently no lease agreements, we will regularize, and we have done this. Classic example being the Brakpan Airport. As part of the revenue enhancement, we are going to expand and consolidate Ekurhuleni's broadband and fiber infrastructure because it has the potential for additional revenue in the medium to long term. We are further going to maximally source and optimally use conditional grants that the municipality is eligible for. In this regard, the city of Ekurhuleni will pay particular attention to the Social Housing Regulatory Authority grant, known as SHRA, which is dedicated grant for social housing purposes. There are tens and thousands of citizens of Ekurhuleni who are eligible for social housing. The city will meet them halfway and source and implement massive social housing projects in all the major areas of the city. Never again should it happen that the municipality returns more than 100 million back to National Treasury, when we have so many obligations, needs, and demands of our people. We'll later elaborate on the plan to manage these grants. The insourcing of essential services will go a long way as a mechanism of revenue enhancement for the city of Ekurhuleni. An example in the ongoing tender and the contract of waste collection trucks, for instance, which is outrightly irrational. The municipality has adequate internal capacity to collect rubbish efficiently and effectively from all the areas of Ekurhuleni without any reliance on external service providers. This will save the city hundreds of millions of rands in wasted revenue. In order to continuously build the capacity of the people's government to deliver services internally, we must optimally make use of the current human resource and equip our human resource with the necessary tools of trade to actually carry out their work. Due to the rising levels of unemployment and poverty amongst our people, the number of indigents in the city of Ekurhuleni is higher than the number that is estimated by National Treasury. We will demonstrate to the National Treasury that the population size of the city of Ekurhuleni, particularly that of indigent population, is higher than their estimations. And this will be a sound basis to increase the municipality's equitable share. We know this because the National Treasury itself uses 2016 community survey data of 2016 and 2011 poor household ratio to calculate the percentage of poor households. And this has an impact on the agreed monthly cost per households for the electricity, water, sanitation, and refuse on the discretionary grant in the equitable share. We should look at the corporatization of the spring fresh produce market. We believe that Ekurhuleni has the capacity and the market to develop further the Ekurhuleni fresh produce market to be similar or even much more bigger in size, in value, and impact to that of the Johannesburg fresh produce market. Johannesburg market continues to be a major source of revenue for the city of Johannesburg for service delivery purposes. What will be an added advantage to the city of Ekurhuleni's fresh produce market is the fact that we must provide agricultural support to small-scale and medium farmers to produce agricultural products, which will have a guarantee of take from the Ekurhuleni fresh produce market. Corporatization of the fresh produce market is not the same as privatization. It is a mechanism that seeks to increase the agility and the flexibility of the market in the manner that would not be possible under the current regulatory and legislative framework. The revenue enhancement mechanism demands that, as the city of Ekurhuleni, we allocate the land of our disposal to farmers who will produce food with the full guarantee that there will be an offtake of the food products that will create sustainable jobs for our people. The other avenue of revenue enhancement speaks to enhancing traffic fine collections. An integral part of our revenue enhancement plan is the maximum collection of traffic fines. To facilitate this, we will leverage technology to streamline the process through ICT. Upon the issuance of the traffic fine, it will be immediately delivered digitally to the offender's phone. This will not only ensure that instant notifications will also provide an option for immediate payment, thus eliminating delays. We emphasize that this revenue, as far from lining individual pockets, is intended to enhance services and infrastructure development in the city of Ekurhuleni. We remain committed to transparency, fairness, and efficiency in this process, and the funds collected will directly contribute towards improving the quality of life of our people. Madam Speaker, our infrastructure is in the state of despair. Our roads are riddled with potholes, even within the several central business districts. Traffic lights are broken, municipal-owned buildings are deteriorating, our stadiums and other sporting facilities are in the state of dire neglect. Alarmingly, upon assuming office, we discovered that the city has spent only 29.8 million of the allocated 94.8 million allocated for infrastructure, leading to a reprioritization of 65 million away from infrastructure due to the absence of practical and credible plan to effectively use the funds. Some of the contractors had withdrawn from projects because of non-payment. This has occurred while our people in hostels, in informal settlements, and townships are yearning for decent infrastructure in our city. In order to address these issues, we will embark on an infrastructure rehabilitation project. The projects will include the following measures put in place. In roads and potholes, a dedicated pothole repair team will be established within the Municipal Works Department. This team will effectively identify, prioritize, and repair potholes throughout the city. Regular road maintenance schedules will be strictly adhered to, helping prevent the formation of future potholes. We have allocated 256 million to prioritize the roads and stormwater constructions. Part of this money will be used to rehabilitate our roads and clean our stormwater drainage systems. Municipal services and other neglected council properties. We will conduct regular inspections of all the municipal buildings. Any issues identified must be promptly addressed with a preventative maintenance plan put into place to ensure the longevity of these structures. We plan to engage local construction and maintenance companies while also exploring options to build internal capacity. Reducing our dependency on third-party service providers, our commitments to this are reflected in the 4.4 million in health and social development, 22.3 million for SHREC, 68.7 million in real estate on repairs and maintenance. Specifically, we will ensure that when necessary, we renovate some of the properties in Wadeville, in Boksburg, in Bedford, to provide decent, quality, affordable rentals for the working class, those that are skilled professionals respectively. In order to speed up their processes and have occupation in as early as 2024, the private sector will be invited to submit RFPs. With hijacked buildings in collaboration with the law enforcement agencies and the MMC of Community Safety, we will reclaim hijacked buildings as per the priority by the State of the City address of the Mayor. Once reclaimed, these buildings would undergo thorough inspections and necessary renovations to ensure that they are safety and they are also habitable. These buildings will then be rented out to eligible tenants who are capable and willing to pay for municipal rentals and rates and taxes. Central to our vision of a city that is the city that the lights don't go out. The city's illumination has a profound impact on its character, safety, and its function. Therefore, we commit to expanding and intensifying the rollout of high-mast lights, particularly in informal settlements and townships that are not connected to the national grid. This will ensure that these areas are well lit, even in the event of power outages. This initiative extends to our traffic lights and all other municipal infrastructures to ensure that we have reliable operations at all times. We have since intervened to ensure that contractors are paid on time, even if it means that we are allowing invoicing at least twice a month. This will address spending in the next 2 months, but for the purpose of the budget we are tabling today, we are confident that all the budgets that are allocated for infrastructure will be spent and will be spent on time. In the medium to long term, we need a more sustainable and concrete solution. We will review our current practices and look for opportunities to insource critical infrastructure services. By so doing, we aim to build internal municipal capacity, thereby reducing our reliance on external tenders and third-party service providers. The hybrid model of using internal capacity and service providers is currently not working. Also, those who are required to pay municipal rent must do so. We will not tolerate situations where municipal buildings and properties are occupied by individuals who can afford to pay rent, but they simply choose not to pay. This policy applies to everyone, including municipal workers who are currently residing in some of these properties. With clear and practical timelines and a commitment to maintaining a high standard of repairs and maintenance, these comprehensive measures aim to significantly improve the state of our infrastructure and revenue. In doing so, we can then provide a safer, more pleasant environment for all of our people in the city. Madam Speaker, one of our topmost priorities is to ensure that our people are treated with dignity and receive decent sanitation services, which we can achieve through the eradication of chemical toilets. We are firmly committed to treating the issue as an emergency that requires an immediate and practical solutions. There is nothing sweet about the cleaning of chemical toilets through honeysuckers. We should expedite the process of removing these chemical toilets from our communities and replacing them with more dignified and hygienic sanitation solutions. We recognize that proper sanitation is not a luxury, but a fundamental human right which restores the dignity of our people. As such, we are looking at investing in the construction of decent toilets as we engage in the informal settlement reblocking program. Our commitment is not only to remove these dehumanizing facilities, but to ensure that they never reappear in our city. We don't want to see those things in the city of Ekurhuleni anymore. Madam Speaker, the state of the environment is a pressing issue that requires our immediate attention. Litter has overwhelmed our streets, with the CBDs being no exception. Illegal dump sites are appearing throughout the city because the city is not collecting waste regularly, while our parks and cemeteries, they remain unkept. Our people in Kempton Park, in Germiston, in Benoni, in Tembisa, in Duduza, in Katlehong, in Tsakane, are particularly affected by these challenges. We believe that the cleaning of our environment must start with the municipality. Our people will be encouraged and will be empowered to look after their own environment. The following constitute the core of our practical measures to deal with environment and waste. The first one is the immediate intervention of allocating 2.8 billion for environment and waste management. And we'll further use 54 million of the allocated budget to buy waste collection trucks. As we have said in our press conference, we must be a city that does not depend on service delivery, on service providers to collect waste. We will collect waste and create sustainable jobs. We've already purchased 12 trucks, of which 2 were delivered in the beginning of the month, 2 will be delivered in the next week, and 8 will be delivered in July. The parks are the lifeblood of our community spaces and play a vital role in the health and the well-being of our people. We will clean and beautify all entrances and townships and informal settlements as part of upgrading them. This will restore the dignity of our people. They too deserve clean and beautiful entrances to their places, as well as the grass and the cutting of grass in open fields. For this, we have allocated 77.6 million for grass cutting. The rise in illegal dump sites is alarming. We'll capacitate the EMPD to hold accountable those guilty of illegal dumping. Simultaneously, we will educate our citizens on the dangers of illegal dumping and the importance of proper waste disposal. Furthermore, we have allocated 47 million rands to ensure that waste disposal and landfill sites are always operational and clean, in order to avoid unnecessary disruptions of waste collection. In doing this, we'll put measures in place to minimize environmental impact and improve efficiency. We will organize regular citywide campaigns calling upon people to be part of the drive to keep the city clean. Mayoral Service Delivery Friday programs, as announced by the mayor, have been re-engineered to focus on these objectives. These campaigns are not about politics. They are about our common goal to maintain a clean city for ourselves and for the next generation to come. Honorable councillors, we must not politicize our communities in reference to cleaning. Remember, cleanliness is right next to godliness. Consistent with the commitments of the Executive Mayor in the State of the City Address, we are going to revive the bursary schemes that was operated in the Mayor's office. We have allocated for the year 15 million rands for the mayoral bursary scheme. More than the bursary scheme, which is going to fund children to go and study outside of Ekurhuleni, we have begun engagements with institutions of higher learning to come to the city and establish satellite campuses. All other 7 metropolitan municipalities have major universities. The city of Johannesburg has the University of Johannesburg and University of Witwatersrand. The city of Tshwane has the University of Pretoria and Tshwane University of Technology. Nelson Mandela Bay Metropolitan Municipality has the Nelson Mandela University. The city of Cape Town has the University of Cape Town, the University of the Western Cape, and the Cape Peninsula University of Technology. eThekwini Metropolitan Municipality has the University of KwaZulu-Natal, Durban University of Technology. Buffalo City Metropolitan Municipality has the University of Hare, and Mangaung Metropolitan Municipality has the University of Free State. Only the city of Ekurhuleni does not have a major university or university campus. This must change, and we'll make sure that we have credible institutions of higher learning in the city of Ekurhuleni. But those who are allergic to education will see these as projects that are not achievable. Madam Speaker, while health remains an unfunded mandate, we have allocated 1.3 billion in terms of employee-related costs in the department. Ours is to ensure that we have sufficiently trained staff in our primary healthcare facilities. Their presence will also help in the raising of level of consciousness and health consciousness as well as awareness. We have further allocated 4 million rand in the capital expenditure for the purchase of much needed specialized and medical equipments, as well as tools of trades. Madam Speaker, we're not going to lose the war against Nyaupe. We're going to fight Nyaupe and every drug in our streets. Drugs are finishing our youth. In line with the commitments of the Executive Mayor in the State of the City Address, and working with the members of the Mayoral Committee responsible for community safety, health and social development, we must bring an end to illicit drugs within our communities. The reality is that many people mistaken the city of Ekurhuleni to being in the east of Johannesburg. Most people who are holding events such as in places like Carnival City, here in Ekurhuleni, say that they are holding their events in Johannesburg, as opposed to Ekurhuleni. We need to reclaim our people's identity through arts, culture, and sports. We are going to revive all arts and culture and sports that will make Ekurhuleni a tourism destination. Many of the 21 million passengers that pass through the OR Tambo International Airport every year must see Ekurhuleni as the city and a tourism destination of their choice. As part of reclaiming our place in the arts, culture, and sports, we are going to revive major events such as the jazz and music festivals and tournaments. And we have allocated 2 million as part of the initial, on top of the 25 million that we have allocated for tourism offerings. Building upon the city's vibrant, energetic spirit, we are pleased to announce the Ekurhuleni Sports Tournament for 2023. It's scheduled to take place at several esteemed venues within our beautiful region. Aiming to register as well 20,000 new voters as part of this community engaging event. We're also excited to offer diverse musical performances to entertain those who will be in attendance. The competition will start on the 3rd of June 2023, running through up until June the 16th, offering exciting prizes, the specifics of which will be confirmed as we approach the tournament date. The event is a proud testament to Ekurhuleni's standing as the city that is full of culture, sports, and enthusiastic civic participation. Let's unite the celebration of our identity and share the love in the city of Ekurhuleni. Madam Speaker, we have made a call and continue to call on all of those who use municipal basic services and can afford to pay to do the right thing. In an effort to support this call, we have ensured that our Siyakhokha app can now be used data-free. This, just like the use of zero-rated apps, is a service delivery milestone we are proud to announce today. This extends to debt rehabilitation incentives, arrangements for deceased estates, and account payment incentives, wherein we'll continue to provide support to cash-strapped ratepayers in the form of a debt rehabilitation incentive. Over and above our efforts to assist our residents to settle their municipal debts, we have reviewed our debt collection policy to make it less hard to make arrangements. We have noted and heard the calls that sometimes it is extremely hard to honor our arrangements that had been made initially. To this end, the customer shall be required to make a down payment based on consolidated arrears debt on the date of entering into an agreement to pay installments. These are now the arrangements as follows. In terms of the first debt of repayment, it will be on the debt repayment arrangement, it will be 0%. The second debt repayment arrangement will also be 0%. The third debt repayment arrangement will be at 10%, and the additional debt repayment arrangement will be 20%. This is a significant shift from the initial policy, which required 15 and 30% down payments for second and third arrangements. The people of Ekurhuleni, through the public participation process and the budget tip campaign conducted just last month, they overwhelmingly directed us to address a number of pressing issues. These included high tariff increases, the impact on continued load shedding, and on water provision, the state of our roads, particularly in townships and informal settlements, the non-functioning of streetlights, and the frequent sewage overflows that they experience. They further instructed us to speedily deliver on housing, to put an end to water interruptions, and to cut overgrown grass in areas like Germiston Makaos, where just recently we experienced murders of Sophie Chugutsu and Hlengiwe Ndlovu. And these have contributed to the scourge of gender-based violence and the rising crime rate in the city of Ekurhuleni. All of these tasks must be undertaken in addition to the efforts to drastically reduce power outages that perpetually plunge our people into darkness. We want to take our people into confidence and assure them that they will we'll go on an endeavor to release all these commitments, regardless of the fact that this is a recovery budget in its nature. Our intention is therefore to ensure that we do thorough allocation and optimally use our limited resources, and also ensure the completion of capital projects that have been started. Whilst at it, we must guard against the increasing deficit and our debt. We further commit to increasing more reserves in the current MTRF as part of the city's broad fiscal consolidation strategy. These inputs add to a number of other factors that were taken into consideration in the revision of the MTRF budget, including, but not limited to, the following: the People's Government's immediate priorities, as outlined in the State of the City address by the Mayor, the 2023 Integrated Development Plan, the Division of Revenue Bill tabled by the National Minister of Finance, Gauteng Provincial 2023-2024 gazetted allocations, and the guidelines from the National Treasury contained in the latest budget circular. Honorable Speaker, we have engaged our people and all stakeholders through a thorough consultative process that took place between the 13th and the 24th of April 2023 at various areas across the city, through inputs on emails and the City of Ekurhuleni's app, and an engagement with stakeholders and businesses in the city through the public participation process. Through our engagements, we have been able to reaffirm our commitments to communication with our constituencies. During the State of the City address, the Executive Mayor alluded to the need to improve our responsive to service delivery. Indeed, allow me to elaborate further on the issues of improving our communication with the residents of the city of Ekurhuleni, with those of government, and we need to maintain very clear and effective communication lines and systems with our residents. We've already detailed our resolve to renew the social contract with our residents and other stakeholders, and this is one of the key drivers towards this goal. Our state communication machinery must be well equipped with personnel and the necessary gadgets and resources to effectively do their work. We must improve communication with the logging of calls at the call center until the problem is attended to and closed. Ours is to make sure that the residents are well informed and kept abreast of their complaints, so that they become comfortable that their issue is receiving attention and the city cares as in top and is on top of the situation. We have seen in many instances that our people are frustrated by the fact that there is a lack of communication after reported incidents. There must be a bigger push in terms of communication when an incident happens until the matter is closed or resolved. If there is a water pipe burst, and we communicate first and keep updating people in terms of the status of that particular burst. Our communication and brand management department also needs to up their game because we are also being accused as a city of not communicating government programs effectively. In fact, the assumption out there is that our city is non-existent in the communication space. This is evident from the figures in the social media space, which demonstrate that Ekurhuleni is way behind other sister metros. In actuality, we are not even in the top 100 in the world in terms of brand management. We need to be more vigilant in exploiting existing communication avenues while aggressively seeking other creative ways of communicating effectively with our residents and stakeholders. Let us communicate and market all our communication platforms to the people. Residents must know that they can find us through the call centers, the SMS systems, WhatsApp, and the websites. Not only should we publicize these, but we also need to ensure that they are properly well managed by revolutionary staff who are ready to make a difference and have a clear appreciation of the importance of communication as a critical component of government work and the renewal of our mandate to our people. If it is a matter of not having the right skill set, let us immediately start searching for the necessary skills and roping them in so that we do justice to our cause and mainly to the residents of the city of Ekurhuleni. In addition to what we have indicated above, tariff increases are limited to the consumer price index as announced by the National Treasury in March 2023. These tariffs are not driven by the need to either recover the cost, neither are they made to make a profit. As part of our responsibility, these tariffs seek to restore the city's finances. It is for this reason that we are proposing a 4.4% increase on the assessment rates to cater for the people's government priorities. This is a 0.9% lower increase than the consumer price index. Except for the higher water and electricity increases, which are unfortunately determined and imposed by us from Rand Water and the National Energy Regulatory of South Africa, known as NERSA. Despite our demands for lower tariffs, we are proposing a 5.3% tariff increase for key municipal services in line with the inflation rate. Madam Speaker, around 66% of the city's budget revenue of 55.3 billion rand for 2023-2024 is projected to come from electricity, water, sanitation, and refuse collection charges. We must therefore maintain the infrastructure of these departments as they materially contribute to the revenue base. To this end, we propose repairs and maintenance of 1 billion for electricity, 364 million for water and sanitation, 148 million rands towards ERVAT, and 105 million rands for environmental and waste management. Honorable Councillors, in the State of the City's address by the Executive Mayor, he announced key service delivery commitments for this administration to make a revolutionary impact on the lives of our people. We're tabling a consolidated expenditure budget, which includes those of entities, to a value of 57.6 billion rands, of which 54.9 billion is for operational expenditure and 2.7 billion is for capital expenditure. We intend to fund the operating expenditure with 49 billion from the provision of basic municipal services, and the remaining 6.3 billion rands will be funded through equitable share allocations and other grants. We are budgeting for an operating surplus of at least 401 million rands, and this will assist in the building of reserves in the city of Ekurhuleni. We intend to fund the capital budget of 2.7 billion rand from the provision of basic municipal services to the value of 355 million rand and 2.3 billion rands through grants that would have attained conditionally. Madam Speaker, considering this proposed allocation, there is an urgent need for the city manager as the accounting officer to institutionalize a division within the finance department that will be tasked with grant funding and management so that we do not return the much needed grants to the National Treasury when our people are in need of critical municipal basic services. This division must be fixated on ensuring that the city benefits optimally from available grants, that they are spent timeously, and on the projects that they are conditionally allocated for without any fail. Furthermore, this division must ensure that it consolidates funding opportunities outside of the national and provincial grant management framework, as our CAPEX cannot solely rely on grant dependency. Yes, our grant spending is quite satisfactory at this stage, but we can definitely do more, even in attaining more grant allocations. Madam Speaker, we shall continue to advocate for the increase of social grants by the national government because we have noted that the current packages are not sufficient to sustain households. Ours is that these must be doubled by National Treasury. Madam Speaker, free basic services to indigent households are not a support measure for the poor. It is our obligation. We must ensure that all households have access to free basic water and electricity and sanitation. At the moment, the national legislation prescribes only 6 kiloliters of water and sanitation and 50 kilowatts of electricity per month. These prescribed allocations are never enough. And we know this because most of our people spend more than the prescribed allocations. We must make necessary adjustments to the city's budget in the future to avoid the cost of excessive consumption that we are estimating at 700 million rands that the city would spend from its own generated revenue. Equally important, we must bridge the gap between the number of registered indigent households and those that are not registered, but should be. We have already reviewed the qualifying criteria of indigents to move from 250,000 to 500,000 of property value to be deemed indigent, and this will add an additional 220,000 more households to the indigent database. It must be noted that between 2016 and now, we have electrified 25,665 stands in the informal settlements, and an additional 1,862 will be electrified in the current budget. The socio-economic status of these settlements dictates that in the majority, these households should be deemed indigent. This would materially increase the 220,000 indigents that are mentioned above to at least 247,527, which should have a significant impact on our equitable share. As already indicated, our finances may not be what they should be at this stage, but we understand the plight of our people, hence our commitment to continue with the social package for indigent relief. The package for this financial year is as follows. 50% rebates on assessment rates, the free refuse removal, 50 kilowatts of free electricity per month, 6 kiloliters of water and sewage per month, free indigent burial to registered and those that are deemed indigent, and special rates on emergency services such as ambulances and firefighting. The total cost of this social package to the city is 5.1 billion rand, which is an increase of 200 million from the previous financial year. Madam Speaker, as the People's Government, we have no doubt that going forward, we must revisit the current social relief package to see how best we can improve it. To the people of Zonke Zizwe, we have heard your pleas that many other communities across the city who have called for the reinstatement of the old social relief package. To this end, we will be looking at the best way to reinstate the desired 100 kilowatts an hour of free electricity and the 9 kiloliters of water for indigent households. On all these things we are doing, our ultimate purpose is to create jobs for our people, as we have mentioned earlier. The latest data released by Stats SA on the Q1 labor survey shows that more and more people are unemployed. In everything we do, we must seek to create jobs. When we clean our streets, we must absorb as many people as possible in Elra Park, in Raja Park, in Pola Park, and many of our townships. When we repair potholes and clean our storm drainage systems, we must employ as many people as possible instead of giving one person a huge tender only for them to exploit workers. When we repair and maintain municipal infrastructure, we must employ as many people as possible. When we collect waste, when we build clinics, when we revive tourism, we must do everything in our power to create sustainable jobs. Let's get our people to be working and let us attract industries in the city of Ekurhuleni. We in Ekurhuleni should work in collaboration with the provincial and national government to maximally utilize the special economic zones and purposefully attract investments in the city. We must attract investments for manufacturing and assembling of solar panels. We must attract investments in the aerospace industry for the manufacturing of aircraft parts and components, the maintenance and repair and overhaul of satellite systems. We must not only build warehouses, but we must also attract investments that will create jobs for our people. Additionally, we commit to putting in place sustainable and impact mass employment programs for thousands of people of Ekurhuleni who will keep our townships and towns clean at all times. The MMC of Waste and Environment will make sure that the approach to keeping Ekurhuleni clean is the labor absorption program, which is managed and directed by the municipality in collaboration with non-governmental organizations and not through irrational and senseless tenders. Considering our intentions and proposals with the city's budget, we will equally work towards resolving the issues around non-payment of service providers. Colleagues, the issue of non-payment to service providers has the capacity to undermine the integrity of the city's finances and our economy and has serious implications for the ability of the city to deliver services. Since we took office as the People's Government, we have worked with the city officials to process a significant number of unpaid invoices. We recently had an imbizo with the suppliers, and they were all crying for was payment for work that they had already done and for invoices to be facilitated in terms of payment. Some even raised the issue that they have gone for months without payments and were on the brink of closing their shops as a result. This is completely unacceptable. We will strive to pay invoices in time to ensure that we do not contribute to the already struggling economy by withholding payments to suppliers. All these things that we have outlined right here will not be achieved if we do not deal with corruption. The ineffectiveness of the disciplinary board in our city has emboldened municipal officials to form part and parcel of corruption. We have made firm reports in the past with practical and clear recommendations on actions against employees implicated in wrongdoings. But these have not led to any action, and these people continue to work for the municipality while looting the limited resources of the city through fraudulent ghost invoicing, particularly the usage of sundry payments. We have been also made aware that there are syndicates within the city that demand 10% for the processing of invoicing and the awarding of tenders. This apparently goes into the echelons of the management in the finance department. Our internal control system must be strengthened. We want to send a clear and strong message that this will not continue. We have been made aware that service providers are manipulated to pay bribes for the legitimate invoices to be paid by the city. Our internal controls must be strengthened. We want to send a clear and strong message that this will not continue any further. In order to hold people accountable, we'll strengthen internal audit with the capacity to deal with investigations speedily so. The safety and the security of our people is of paramount importance to us as the people of the city of Ekurhuleni. We cannot overstate our commitment to fighting crime, which has been especially ravaging our informal settlements and townships here. Sadly, law enforcement's presence often falls short. The EMPD has an employee-related cost in our budget of 2.3 billion rands. To address this, devoting substantial resources towards the strengthening of EMPD, we have allocated 10 million rands to bolster the department's capacity to deliver its mandate more efficiently. A critical part of this initiative will involve improving the recruitment processes to ensure that only competent and dedicated individuals serve as officers. Furthermore, we will implement the rigorous training programs that emphasize policing skills and knowledge of gender-based violence. We understand that the visibility of the EMPD alone will not suffice. We need to ensure that our EMPD officers are reliable and sensitive, and that they do not shy away from crime scenes. Our EMPD officials should not run away from crime. They must deal decisively with reports of women abuse, and they must not doubt or dismiss the reports of abuse and rape. Instead, they should be equipped with the right training to handle such situations professionally, demonstrating the utmost sensitivity. To assist our officers in their duty, we will ensure that they have access to the necessary resources for efficient and effective crime response. This includes an adequate number of patrol cars, appropriate communication equipment, and protective gear. Tackling gender-based violence requires a specific, robust response, and as a city, we commit to strengthening our approach to this social menace. Part of our strategy includes providing EMPD officers with specialized training and response to be able to respond effectively to gender-based violence incidents. This training will cover how we treat victims with sensitivity and respect and provide an understanding of the legal aspects of these cases. Addressing these pressing concerns, we must also discuss the allocation of resources by the province to the Premier Banyaza Lifsufi's wardens. As a sphere of government that is at the coalface of service delivery and intimately connected with the everyday lives of our people, we believe that these resources could be more effectively used if allocated directly to the city's administration to empower local police departments to deal with general crime and enforce bylaws. In fact, we shall be advocating for more funding for the EMPD to bolster their numbers so that we have enough boots on the ground and that we tackle crime. If these funds were reinforced in the EMPD, Johannesburg Municipality Politan and as well as JMPD, TMPD, and the West Rand Police Department, it could have empowered our local forces to be more effective in addressing general crime and enforce bylaws within our municipalities. However, it's important to note that it's not too late to correct this misdirection of resources. Through cooperative engagements, we can still redirect these resources to the EMPD and all other localized police departments. EMPD and other municipal policing units. This direction can provide them with a much needed boost to their capacity and enable them to serve our communities much more better. Madam Speaker, most of the priorities that were identified by the Executive Mayor in the State of the City Address have found expression in this budget. However, I would like to highlight just a few in demonstration that the people's government were not about making just empty promises, but our agenda is service delivery driven and service delivery driven and service delivery driven. The following are additional projects from the Executive Mayor's speech, which are already actioning, and the allocations in the 2023 to 2024 financial year are as follows. On the upgrade of substations and network enhancement program, bulk services to new development programs, the broadening of the service to new development and informal settlements, the upgrading of the aging backbone electrical network, John Dube and Dagafontein development, priority of the mayor, we have allocated 277.5 million towards that priority. On the reblocking and the electrification of 12 additional informal settlements within the remainder of the term, we have allocated 274.5 million rands towards that priority. Towards the making of the assets of the city tamper-proof, highly resistant to vandalism, and ultimately crime-proof, as a priority of the mayor, we have allocated 2 million rands. On the fixing of water leaks, including the fixing of in-house leakages for indigent households, thus scaling down the non-revenue water and the technical losses, we have allocated 124 million rands. On the upscale of the maintenance of sewage network to manage and minimize the sewage spillages as outlined in the priorities of the mayor, we have allocated 173 million rands. On the re-engineering of the Vugupile program to focus on maintenance within the built environment, incubating 50 young people who are gender equal, skills development in plumbing, carpentry, landscaping, roads, sewage, stormwater maintenance, the fixing of street lights and traffic lights, we have allocated 1.1 million rands. On the provision of service stands, then the targeting of employed youth and professionals that can build their own houses in line with the State of the City's Address priorities by the mayor, we have allocated 111 million rands. On the relook of the establishment of the bursary scheme that is funded by the city to redress the lack of access to academic activities, the consolidated figure from Economic Development and the Executive Mayor's Office, we have allocated an amount of 23 million rands. On the support of 300 South African black-owned tuck shops with a view of enhancing their competitiveness, we have allocated 333,000 rands. On the support for the modernization of 150 viable fruit and vegetable trading businesses that are owned by bona fide South Africans, supporting of the informal trading sector, we have allocated 307,000. On the introduction of the Ekurhuleni signature event to promote culture and social cohesion, as well as the support for grant events such as the Arts at the Lake, we have allocated 2 million rands. On the development and the support of small-scale farmers through our farmland release programs, basic training and ongoing capacitation program to enhance farming skills and new technologies in line with the State of the City Address priorities of the People's Government, we have allocated 500,000. On the introduction and the support of the Fetsatlala program, a home-based food garden program, we want the province to consider its approach and partner with us to strengthen the capacity. We have allocated 200,000 to the effect. We understand the urgency of the situation. To address the electricity blackouts, we are committed to provide solar panels to the people in the informal settlements. We are going to buy these solar panels and give them to our people, especially the poorest of the poor in our townships. This project is part of the corporate social investment from companies in our specialized economic zones, helping to combat the effects of load shedding. In addition, we must look at installing solar geysers to ensure that there is hot water availability. To further secure our infrastructure, we will work alongside Rand Water to explore off-grid and hybrid models to protect water and sanitation facilities. Moreover, we'll include practical solutions like battery storage systems and microgrids. Battery storages will save excess energy produced during the day for use when we most need it, while microgrids will allow areas to operate independently from the main grid. This will ensure consistent power supply. Our ultimate goal is to provide dependable electricity to all today, not tomorrow. Even if there's a complete blackout, we must still have lights beyond the airport. Madam Speaker, as we conclude, we want to emphatically declare that the city of Ekurhuleni is one city, and by all means, we must avoid our townships being typical towns of the native, which Frantz Fanon reminds us that beyond being dark, it, I quote, is a world without spaciousness. Men live there on top of each other, and their huts are built on top of the other. The native town is a hungry town, starved of bread, of meat, of shoes, of coal, and of light. Where the settler's town is a strongly built town, all made of stone and steel. It is brightly lit town. The streets are covered with asphalt. Close quote. Ours is therefore to make sure that all the corners of the city of Ekurhuleni remain lit. Lastly, Madam Speaker, Let me take this opportunity to thank the parties in council who represent the majority of the people for giving us the opportunity to form this people's government. We do not take your support for granted, and as the executive mayor committed in his State of the City address, the priorities of political stability can only benefit the majority of our residents. We also call on our administrators to follow the tune and ensure that there is also stability in the administration. Honorable councillors, let's put our differences aside. Let's put our people first. We have all heard their cries and their needs and their demands. Let's work towards the deliverance of the priorities of the people's government and servicing our people. To the people of Egoruleni, we bring to you your budget, the people's budget. Madam Speaker, I present to you and this August House the 2023-2024 budget, and I thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you to the Executive Mayor, Councillor Sivuyile Ngotwana, and the MMC of Finance, EPMO, and ICT for the budget address, Councillor Nkululeko Dunga. We would now adjourn the proceedings, take an hour's break. We are going to go for lunch. Outside, we have, in the spirit of development of businesses in the city, we have aspiring business people who have set up an approximate of 17 stalls to exhibit their offerings. We would also request that political parties also take this opportunity to hold any caucuses to consolidate the debates towards the budget speech. Thank you. The speech is circulated, councillors.
that are efficient, prudent, and most importantly, services that change lives of people. That is a brief essence of the local government. Madam Speaker, for 16 months, the people of Ekurhuleni were robbed. They were robbed of a government that could provide basic services, a government that saw and recognized all its people, regardless of its skin color and social standing, and most importantly, a government that is in touch and prioritizes the needs of its people above all else. As building and construct of development, we are in desperate need to make up for all lost time and resuscitate the trust that we have lost. Our residents do not trust the state anymore. Our townships are up in flames, week in, week out, as a result of a very significant trust deficit between the state and its people. With that said, this budget cannot afford to just be another basic budget, a tick box exercise. We are faced with the mammoth task of bringing back trust and showing the people of Ekurhuleni that we are a capable metropolitan council that prioritizes its needs and its people. Executive Mayor, MMC of Finance, as the ANC caucus, our first priority is assessing the budget was to ensure that it is responsive to the community needs and must give assurance in the provision of basic services. We welcome the fact that the program of Democratic Alliance has been completely scrapped and budget book reflects the priorities of people's government. Yes. We are concerned that out of 78 ANC-led wards and that of the 362 IDP needs submitted by councillors, only 62 have been budgeted across the MTREF. Executive Mayor, whilst we note the low allocation, we welcome the significant investment in energy department and both the level of CAPEX and OPEX. This will go a long way in dealing with energy challenges in the city. However, we want to highlight to the executive that geared and focused development is important in tackling service delivery issues. The allocation of budgets, particularly for service delivery departments, must not be scattered into small projects. When there is significant energy challenges in the city, it can't that OPEX is scattered across all small grass cutting projects. For instance, when it could be constant approach in tackling environmental and waste management in the city. In closing, MMC of Finance, we welcome and note the budget item, but we want to emphasize that there is much work to be done. We, however, find comfort that the tide is turning. I thank you.
Yes, Mama.
Thank you, Councillor Poki. Councillors on this side, ne? The comments that are made with regards to pronunciation are uncalled for. We are in Africa, and today especially we are celebrating Africa Day. So please. Thank you. We are going to now have Councillor Tima Shiane. Thank you, Councillor Tima Shiane.
Thank you. Happy Africa Day. Thank you, Madam Speaker. In echoing the sentiment of my fellow colleague, it is imperative that the budget is responsive to the plight of our communities. The people of Tembisa, KwaThema, Katlehong, Vosloorus are in desperate need for policy proposals that are responsive to their needs. It can be that we define ourselves as the people's government, and yet we are not demonstrative of such. Speaker, fellow councillors, I want to solely focus on policy and tariff propositions of the item, particularly credit control, tariffs, and indigent. We want to welcome that the tariff increases are consumer price index based. This shows us this new administration is conscious of the plight of our communities, given that the previous administration, led by Campbell, was impulsive, plunged townships and this city into a crisis. Tembisa bent to the ground because the former mayor refused to be considerate to the current economic conditions and the burden faced by our people. Speaker, as the ANC caucus, we are still firm on our campaign of 75 debt write-off. However, we want to allow and observe the impact of the debt rehabilitation incentive scheme. We want to request the executive to ease access to the scheme. Executive Mayor, MMC of Finance. On policies, we want to urge the executive to really zoom into propositions and do more work in reversing the stringent policies that caused more harm to our people than good during the time of Campbell. 1, we call for flexible credit control policy that eases the burden on residents. For instance, the executive must review any policy that infringes on human rights, such as water cuts, removal of electricity boxes, etc., etc. Such practices are in contradiction of a people's government. 2, the executive must consider an abolishment of attorneys and build internal capacity. 3, indigent registration must be eased and turnaround time must be shortened, given the limitations on the free basic services provision. 4, we reject the amendment provision that the municipal value of a property must not exceed 1.5 million rands, which was initially brought forward by the DA-led government. The economic conditions of our people vary and change all the time. Such restrictions will burden our people further. 5, we further reject the exclusion of government workers to apply for indigent policy, given that there are employees in all organs of state who earn below minimum wage. This provision must be removed completely. 6, we welcome the policy proposition which was reviewed to close the account of the deceased. However, it is not clear whether the debt of the deceased will be scrapped. This must be clarified as the issue of 2 accounts remain a thorny issue in our communities. Speaker, fellow councillors, there is so much to cover on this budget, but as the mighty ANC caucus, we want to appreciate that the tide is turning. There's still so much work to be done, but this budget book is hopeful that there is consideration to the conditions of our. There's still so much work to be done, but this budget book is hopeful that there's consideration to the conditions our people face. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, I want to talk to the following. Speaker, it's a common cause that progress comes through conflicts and contradictions. There is a conflict between what is new and struggling to be born, and what is old and dying. Therefore, Speaker and fellow councillors, we should be able to utilize Integrated Development Plan, popularly known as IDP, to transform our society. You will all be in agreement with a mighty ANC caucus in this council that the main force in the modern society struggling for a better life continues to be the working class. Therefore, we should be able to deliberately focus our developmental agenda and appetite to this force called the working class. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor De Beer.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. I was so looking forward to you singing happy birthday to me. You promised in the last council, but never mind.
Well, I was going to sing for you. Since you don't want me to sing, it's okay. You may speak.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Let me start by congratulating the DA for winning Ward 25. It shows that despite efforts to undermine the DA by our opponents, our voters will continue to unite behind the vision of the DA as we build towards a new government in 2024. Congratulations to our new incoming councillor, Dani Pitter. Mayor Dunga, the mayor of the ANC-EFF coalition, led by the EFF, all your pomp and ceremony yesterday unfortunately did not bring out the red voters. And moreover, your candidate, Lieve Lulu, is a clear indication of the double standards.
Speaker.
Lieve Lulu scared the living
Councillor De
daylight.
Beer. Councillor Maraba, what rule are you rising on?
You must warn him. If he does not know what he's doing, he
Councillors-
must stop the mic.
Councillor Maraba, just a second. Councillors, can we be orderly so that we can hear? I'm calling you to order. I'm calling you to order because you are, councillors. Can you just a second, councillor? We are going to beg for your indulgence and patience. Ne? Allow us to do our work. Thank you, Councillor Maraba.
Speaker, I think in this sitting, we do not have two mayors.
Thank you. Thank you, councillors. Councillor Maraba, can you
I think-
follow my direction, please?
Is on Rule 8. Speaker, you see, one of the reasons why we advocate for the bursaries is so that it addresses the problem of the right. Speaker.
Madam Speaker.
Please sit down. Please sit down. Sit down.
Point of order.
Down.
Point of order. You have to recognize me. Madam Speaker, Rule 80 is calling for division.
Councillor Waters, sit down, please. Councillors.
Madam Speaker,
Councillors.
Rule 80 is calling for division.
Councillor Waters.
We haven't, well,
I don't recognize you.
but you have to. I'm standing up on a point of order.
Sorry?
I'm standing on a point of
Councillor
order.
Waters. Councillors.
You are not recognized. Sit down.
Councillor Waters,
sit down. You are not
please
recognized.
sit down.
Sit
Down.
down. Sit.
Councillors, you may not rise on a point of order when there's a point of order on. It's Rule 63 for your information. Right. Councillor Maraba.
Thank you,
We-
Speaker. What I want to indicate is that we have only one mayor in this council. So the perpetual attitude from the right to want to suggest that we have any other mayor, it's incorrect and that must be discouraged. So-
Thank you. We are going to
Thank you.
proceed. Councillor De Pierre, I thought he was rising to sing happy birthday for you. Unfortunately, you may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was also hoping you would sing happy birthday to me. But never mind, just to continue, Lieve Lulu scared the living daylight out of our voters, resulting in a convincing win for the DA yesterday. So thank you. So now, Madam Speaker, I was a bit confused.
Councillor De
this
Pierre,
morning.
may I ask what you mean when you are describing a person as a person that scared a living daylight out of other people? You may not compromise the integrity of a person in this house. Please explain.
It's a figure of speech, Madam Speaker.
It's not material whether a person is a councillor or not, councillor Waters. The integrity of any human being is protected by the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. You may proceed, Councillor De Pierre. Please refrain from using such terms. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I was also confused this morning during Mayor Dunga's speech. I thought I was in the State of a City address. Then I thought I had the wrong version of the budget. Now to get back to this budget, Mayor Dunga, the leader of the EFF-led
Order, Madam
Ekurhuleni
Speaker.
coalition, I have to say
Madam Speaker.
that I was disappointed in the EFF
Councillor De
today.
Pierre, just a bit. There's a hand. Yes, MMC.
On Rule 63, there was an order from Council of the EFF regarding referring another person, a mayor who is not a mayor, and I thought you would have. Shut up. Point
of order, Madam Speaker. Points of order, Madam Speaker.
Order. He's out of order. He's using offensive language. Withdraw that. Withdraw. Shut up.
Draw.
Councillors.
Withdraw.
Councillors. Councillors. MMC.
Madam Speaker, no, I don't have time for children, but nevertheless, Madam Speaker, I said there was an order that was called that Councillor Dunga is not the mayor. And the Speaker of the DA continues to refer Councillor Dunga as the mayor. The mayor of the city is Councillor Ngotwana. So can you rule on the matter so that she stops referring to Councillor Dunga as the mayor of Ekurhuleni?
Thank you, MMC. Councillor De Pierre, please refrain from referring to Councillor Dunga as the mayor. The mayor of Ekurhuleni is Councillor Sivuile Ngotwana. You may proceed.
But Speaker, will you please protect...
Alderman Campbell. Alderman Campbell, you can raise your hand if you want to speak. You can't be shouting at me, no. Councillor Waters.
Thank you, Speaker.
Sit down. Sit down, Waters, sit down.
Councillor Waters, please sit down.
Stand up.
Sit down. You're not feeling well.
So, Madam Speaker,
You are rising on which rule?
51.
Okay.
Reference to councillors in respectful terms. The MMC told councillors to shut up, which I find disrespectful, and I would like you to make a ruling as to whether the words shut up are acceptable in this chamber or not, and if not, the MMC must withdraw those words. Thank you.
Thank you. No, man, Councillor, your behavior is really unbecoming. It's really unbecoming. Your behavior is unbecoming. Your behavior is unbecoming. My ruling is that your behavior is unbecoming.
Speaker, call the police.
Thank you. MMC Mkwev, the word shut up has, man, councillors, who's the leader of these people? Councillor Pretorius, are you still the leader of the caucus? It's Waters. Councillor Waters, it is very difficult for me to even address concerns that you are bringing up because your caucus is speaking over me. Your concerns are genuine and I want to address them, but I can't address them when I'm howled at. So I'm going to request that you... I'm going to ask that you address the situation. Thank you. MMC Mkwev, the word shut up is, I'm going to request that you do not use a word that can possibly bring the House into disrepute. The Whip of Council addressed this matter earlier on. So, councillors, this goes to all of you. This is the MMC's maiden speech, a maiden budget speech. We're going to request that we deal with this matter in a constructive way that will allow us to have a way forward. MMC, I'm going to request that you withdraw the word shut up. Please, no long explanations. Just withdraw the word unconditionally.
Madam Speaker, I'm glad they've shut up as I withdraw the name. Shut up.
We are withdrawer. Okay, thank you, Councillor. Councillor De Beer, you may proceed.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I have to say that today I'm disappointed in the EFF. Every year, the EFF disrupt the budget speech. Even yesterday, the EFF tried to disrupt the budget speech in Tshwane with cheap politicking. What is different today? Or is it again just a show of double standards? The budget basically is a copy and paste from the previous MMC, Councillor Fana Nkosi's budget. Only minor changes were detected that the previous MMC, Fana Nkosi, will point out in his speech. It seems like we were pro-poor after all. That was highlighted today. Listening to the speech of the mayor that's not the mayor, all I heard was a speech of a rookie. Lots of blah, blah, blah. Lots of promises to people of Ekurhuleni. I'm not sure where you're going to go and where you're going to get the money from to deliver on these promises. And that is why I'm confused on whether I actually received the correct version of the budget. The real question I have for Mayor Tunga, that's not the mayor, savior of the EFF-ANC coalition, what is your realistic plan to improve revenue collection and revenue enhancements. To table a budget is one thing, but to deliver on the budget is where the men are separated from the boys. This is where you're going to need more than accounting 101 to keep the wheels turning of the city. Or are you opting for cowboy-style accounting? By the way, I see you've now added another title to your name, the miracle mayor that's not the mayor of the EFF-ANC coalition, or should I say the Little Red Riding Hood is playing dual roles. Who are you in this coalition? Are you the young innocent damsel in red? Or are you the wolf in sheep's clothing, waiting for your opportunity to eat? I see you added the EPMO to your portfolio. Now you want to control the appointment of contractors, the approval of the payments to the contractors, and the approval of the work that they've completed in the city. This is why you increased the amount of funds allocated to contractors. I thought you were all about insourcing and building internal capacity. Your red overalls spits in the face of those who you claim to represent in this council. This is a clear recipe of colluding and corruption. You came in as the new red bride in your marriage to the ANC and claimed the pole position to keep the ANC's mother-in-law, Julius, happy. Shame, man. Soon the ANC will see themselves out in the street, kicked out of their own home by their red family. Coming back to my concern about your non-plan or no plan on revenue collection and revenue enhancements, are you going back to the communities that you encourage not to pay, to ask them to pay up their accounts now and to pay for services in the future? Or are you promising write-offs for votes? You need to increase the revenue collection from the average of 86 to 90+% to deliver on this back-to-basics budget prepared by the DA and its coalition partners. You ask that the people who can afford to pay must pay up. How do you know who of the 1.6 billion households can afford to pay? How about the abuse of services and non-payment by those that cannot afford it and those who can afford it? What is your plan to contain this? On the revenue collection, are you going to give us an answer about the 1,000 top non-payers or debtors? The list that your stepchild Berg keeps harping on. And if you remember, you supported him in some of your previous speeches. Please add in your response to me that the previous mayor of Back to Service Delivery appointed a task team to enforce credit control policies of the 1,000 top non-payers. Also add that although some payments made by the non-payers were received, it was small in relation to the number of disputes and legal actions that were already in place, but it was a step in the right direction. Now, all the blah, blah, blah about hybrid and off-the-grid energy solutions are not convincing. Bring the real facts underpinned by a proper plan and budget, especially your plan of solar panels, batteries, and solar geysers for the informal settlements. Madam Speaker, the mooring question to the mayor that's not the mayor of the ANC-EFF coalition led by the EFF, what is his plan to replace the lost revenue due to government-controlled blackouts? Or load shedding, as the mayor that's not the mayor referred to. We know that the current government doesn't have the political willpower or the knowledge to fix Eskom, a dying horse at this stage. Just to remind the mayor that's not the mayor, that you referred to 22 billion in energy revenue. We're currently at 10 hours per day rolling blackouts, meaning you will only collect 58% of the revenue, 12.76 billion. That is 9.3 billion shortfall on the revenue already. The residents, small business owners, investors in our industrial hubs want answers on how you, the mayor that's not the mayor of the ANC-EFF coalition led by the EFF, MMC of Finance, ICT and EPMO is going to save this city from collapse. Instead of hosting events to buy voters, rather redirect funds to stabilize the energy supply in the city. Referring to keeping the lights on in order for business to continue their operations with minimal interruptions, for people to have job security, for their children to study and write exams without interruptions, with a light on instead of a candlelight, or for gogos to have a hot meal, a hot cup of tea, instead of resorting to the use of fire and unsafe devices to keep warm and keep the water boiling. Also, MMC of nothing, of everything, please show respect to our residents and next time wear appropriate attire. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for making an effort today. Madam Speaker, the MMC of everything, I hear you ask people using Ekurhuleni advertising spaces must pay up. Please provide the proof of payment to council from the EFF for all the advertising boards used in the city to advertise all of the EFF propaganda. Madam Speaker, let me remind the mayor that's not the mayor of the ANC coalition led by the EFF, MMC of Finance, ICT and EPMO of the basic principles of Accounting 101. A stable city with service delivery equals excellent revenue collection, equals cash flow, equals investment in current and new service delivery infrastructure, equals happy residents. A perfect example to the above is the city of Cape Town. Just in case the MMC of everything want a good, reliable reference. In closing, the DA would like to thank all the officials who assisted with the compilation of the budget. Your efforts are highly appreciated. Then lastly, Madam Speaker, happy of Africa Day to all. Today is the 60th celebration of Africa Day, and the theme this year is Our Africa, Our Future. It is time to reflect on our past, but also build a more diverse and truly African future. Let's take hands as Africans and shape this continent to become the melting pot of the world, the continent of peace and prosperity. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, councillors. In our midst, we have the Honorable Robert Mashiro, who is a Member of Parliament and the former Chief Whip of Ekurhuleni. Thank you. We are now going to call on Councillor Nkosi.
Ufunani. Thank you very much, Speaker. Greetings to yourself, Executive Mayor, Whip of Council, Mayoral Committee, Chair of Chairs, leaders of political parties, the City Manager, Dr. Imogen Mashazi, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. Happy Africa Day to all. Madam Speaker, the State of the City address sets the tone for the budget and outlines the executive priorities for the financial year ahead. In the speech delivered by the dubbed the People's Government, the executive mayor made various bold promises and resuscitated various and old projects, which through this budget he can deliver. Amongst the executive mayor's promises was a re-engineering Vugupile program, the city's bursary program, International Convention Center and the museum, Botanical Garden, Erotopoulos master plan. In your speech, Executive Mayor, you said that you are prioritizing political stability to prevent internal squabbles from taking center stage in the face of service delivery. It was not even a week after your State of the City address when your puppet master held a press conference spewing numerous untruths about the city's waste trucks. Alderman Dlabati took to the media soon after speaking against, directly against what is now called the collaborative or collective or collaborative government, and labeled you, Executive Mayor, as Blompot Mayor. We, however, saw it fit to test this narrative to find out if you are indeed a Blompot Mayor. Let's start with the definition of Blompot. A blompot is a flower pot, an empty vessel, an ornament within which to keep flowers. We have gone through the city's budget book for the year 2023-2024, and I failed to see the State of the City's speech DNA in this budget. Moreover, having gone through the Executive Mayor Dunga's finance speech, I cannot help but notice the legacy of the blueprint for good governance and the vision of the multi-party coalition woven throughout his speech. I wish to commend you on embracing the principles of back to basics and indeed focusing on the poor. It seems like back to basic wasn't a spectacular flop after all, Executive Mayor Godongwana. Yes. Madam Speaker, the former Executive Mayor, Alderman Tanya Campbell, in a response to the pseudo so-called People's Mayor, outlined what, as a multi-party coalition government, put forward as our priorities, and we did that from a draft budget that went out for public participation. Madam Speaker, let me quickly remind Council of what was noted and sent out for public participation by the multi-party coalition government under the leadership of the former Executive Mayor, Alderman Tanya Campbell. On energy, the multi-party coalition prioritized was to stabilize the energy grid in the city of Ekurhuleni, such that a capital expenditure of 555 million and operating budget of 1 billion rand was put into the draft budget of March 2023. Including a total of 10 solar independent power producers that will now be accommodated at Zesfontein Farm Binoni, which upon completion will add a total of generation capacity of 90 megawatts into the city's grid. On water, we pledge that all communities in this city will have access to reliable, clean running water that is safe to drink and prepare food. I am glad the EFF-led coalition of confusion agrees with the multi-party coalition government and have kept the budget for water exactly as what was presented in the draft budget in March 2023, before this political disaster was voted in. Madam Speaker, the environment post-COVID-19 has been extremely challenging, both from an economic point of view and from a political point of view for both the city and its residents. Challenges both externally to SA, internal to SA, have come to bear hardship on all of us. As a Democratic Alliance, we however, encourage that the EFF-led coalition acknowledge that the multi-party coalition government was moving on the right direction in this regard, with CAPEX and OPEX standing at over 600 million rand when we left office. Fortunately, the improvement in profitability has not transferred into an improvement in cash flow, and we have seen considerable drop in our debt collection statistics over this period, with less than 90% collection in the third quarter. Our debtors book currently sit at over 30.6 billion rand, a debt accumulated over years of ANC maladministration. It is therefore not surprising that the ANC placed a condition to approve this budget on a write-off of 25% of bad debts. I got interviewed to this effect, and I'm glad that we did not venture into the realm of confusion of politics by lending an ear. What is more surprising is that the narrative has since gone silent in the public arena. I wonder how the resident of Tembisa would feel knowing that the EFF-led coalition does not intend to write off 75% debt as promised by the ANC. I'm glad in our 2022-2023 budget, we provided a solution to our resident in this council. And I'm glad that the EFF-led coalition hasn't changed the policy program. Just the reminder to this council that it was the multi-party coalition that implemented the debt rehabilitation and the discount incentive scheme policy. On waste, Madam Speaker, on the EFF 10-4 truck hunting, I'm glad that they realized that the city's fleet is old and needs replacement as the multi-party coalition. We started with the process a year ago. Just over 20 million rand for the purchasing of the city's own trucks might not be enough, but it is indeed a step in the right direction to ensure that the city's fleet is replenished. I'm, however, concerned with the ballooning of the contracted services by 37 million rand from the draft budget. This especially with the EFF that's being an advocate for insourcing and the building of internal capacity, of which the multi-party coalition government was well on its way of achieving it, with our commitment of reducing contracted services by 25% in October 2022. Madam Speaker, however, overall, the 2023-2024 budget as presented is what the multi-party coalition put in as draft in March. The increase of the real estate budget is another red flag, with the Sami building renovation project being one of our major concerns. It is a concern that from a zero budget, the EFF-led coalition decided to direct 46 million into Sami building, a project that has ballooned from 30 million rands over to 90 million rands in over 6 years and still remains unfinished. But we know that with shady coalition agreement, there must be a negotiating point where spaces are created in a city for cadres to milk and loot. It is a shame that you, Councillor Dunga, have succumbed to this after the EFF promised to close the taps to public funds to the ANC. Maybe MMC of Finance and Real Estate can undertake their next 10-4 outing and investigate and tell us what informs this figure. Because the completion of June 2023 was communicated to the oversight, and not just to the oversight, to the executive. Now back to the executive mayor. Let's see if you can prove that you are not a Blompot mayor by seeing if your bold promises are funded. Let me just repeat them. The re-engineering of the Vukupule program, the city's bursary program, an international convention center, political garden. This is partly because the multi-party coalition vowed not to fund any vanity projects given the financial state of the city. And this has been carried through the principles of our budget. We have heard what you have allocated to these promises by word of mouth, MMC Dunga. But in reality, it does not reflect what is in the actual budget book to be approved today. Unless we are receiving an amended version later on, clearly we have not received it today. Please do not mislead the city as resident. I challenge you to show us this correlation into the budget book with figures as presented in your speech. With the said budget being a direct construct to the executive mayor's soccer speech, we can indeed conclude that you are a Blompot mayor, a mere ornament with no arms or legs, used to look pretty and fill a seat. Madam Speaker, in closing, the EFF-led coalition of confusion is following what the multi-party government put in place already. Your acknowledgement of the back to basic principle says it all. Just check Annexure 27, draft long-term financial strategy. Maybe lack of experience might be a problem on the MMC's part. However, our doors are open. This is probably why they should stick to their guns and elected you as Mayor, Councillor Dunga, instead of going back on their weight. As you may have seen recently, anyone can fill that seat. Just see the city of Johannesburg and our city, for example. My formidable opponent sits across the benches, guarding the corporate and shared portfolio. Maybe executive mayor should consider a cabinet reshuffle and bring some real competition. I thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Campbell, you have 10 minutes and 14 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Greetings to my old friend in the gallery, MP Mashego. We've had many fighting matches, but also many laughing matches over the years. Madam Speaker, to the Executive Mayor, when I became the Executive Mayor, I'll never forget, Alderman Labati said, it's not easy. And no, it's not easy. You do not have an easy job. We all know that. But Acting Mayor Dunga, your speech that you had today, it really was a mirror image of your EFF election campaign in the provincial structures. With your provincial structures being the entourage of the media, it was quite clear that there was an absolute production put on today. I don't know if this is for your election campaign to become an MPL or an MP, or I don't know, but you know, it was quite enjoying to see. Another thing I must just say that I found quite amusing is that you had to have a dig on people who don't have education. Yet your party stands for people and all people and the poorest of the poor, and you tell me who goes to university that is not being able to afford it. So all you are doing is disregarding and disrespecting people, and that was your words when the ANC did that to me. So, you know, please take heed of your own calling. I want to also say that maintaining infrastructure is crucial and paramount for this municipality to survive. We cannot sit with vanity projects. If we do not maintain our infrastructure, your budget will never, ever work. I commend you in saying that projects will be finished. That is something that we also did when we had our, when we were in government, the DA-led government in coalition. But I must just emphasize that shows maturity. That shows that you're not there to squander money, and I respect that type of behavior. And the DA will always respect that type of behavior. Dunga, I just want to find out if you found the trucks. We're all very amazed where the trucks went. I wanted to just find out, did you find the trucks eventually? It was actually, where in the world is Wally, you know? Back to basics is the minimum requirement, and what we always did was strive to get more than back to basics, because that is what you should be getting out of your officials. I am quite disturbed that there will be a grant division that will be created in the city manager's office, because when you look at the description of a HOD, of what their qualifications and what they should be doing, is looking at grants, is maintaining expenditure, is making sure that their departments are spending that expenditure. Now, if a HOD or a city manager or a GCFO cannot bring these control measures in place, I'm all for a task team, but to create a complete new division is just not acceptable. Those people are the second highest qualified people in the city. They should know how to get grants, and that was one of the problems that we always had. In actual fact, I nearly fell off my chair when one of the HODs said to me, how do I apply for grants? And I, in my office, had to go to National Treasury and pull the whole list and say, these are grants that you can go and get and can apply for. So I'm telling you this to forewarn you of the behavior that we've had to deal with, because that is the type of behavior I hope that you are not going to have. But a total different division, getting more people in, is not acceptable. This is also, in mind why I say that the DA always stands for open and transparency government. Executive Mayor, if you ever want to have a meeting with me, I'm always available. I said that to you. And it's not to embarrass you, and it's not to be superior. It's to tell you my story of the last 16 months, what we have found and what could assist you. So it's not there to antagonize you or make you look small. It's there to help you. In the DA, we take it seriously. This is for our residents. It's not there to say, I'm better than you. It's there to say, let's get it working. A shame. Cadre deployment. I'd like to know in the budget specifically how the security and the cleaning sector will be absorbed, because it's not showing you, and that is something that the EFF strongly advocated for, strongly. And when we said it is not affordable, that it needs to be phased in, that was not acceptable. So I would like to see where that is. No, it's not there. What I am humbled by is that so much of our hard work has not gone to waste in this budget, and that a lot of hard work that we had strived to do will be carrying on in this budget. Acting Executive Mayor Dunga, in your EFF-led coalition, I would like to know, and I would also like to support you with credit control. But what I would like to know is, with unlawful usage of electricity, and we've always advocated that unlawful use is not accepted. However, that is something that every time we had cut-offs, I would get a message from yourself to say what is happening here. Now, also, I would like you to maybe start with your candidate that you've just had, because I've been, and this is whispers, I'm not saying it's the truth, but have a look into that. I hear there's thousands of illegal usage of electricity happening there from Livalulu. So we need to actually, we need to preach. When we preach, we need to know what we are saying. One of the things that you said, Acting EM Dunga, was tell no lies and claim no easy victories. So maybe you need to take your own words to heed there with finding these trucks, because that whoever gave you that information should or had set you up. That I'm telling you right now. So check facts. And I can tell you now, in oversights, we will be checking what is happening in the budget, like we do in opposition, because we stand for the poor of the poor. Yeah. Yeah. So, happy Africa Day. We'll see each other in the oversights. I want to see how much time I've got, because I've got a lot more to say.
1 minute. 1 minute.
Okay, I've got 1 minute. So, I do think that with the triple Ps, it was very funny how I was attacked in the media by wanting to approach and accepting helping hands with triple Ps, working together with the industry, making sure I was told that I only go to industries because I feel like I am this rich person. What you do is you stabilize your industries to get jobs in. If they want to give you a helping hand, you take that helping hand. And I'm very glad that this is something that you have realized, that you have to do that if you want service delivery out to your residents. But it's a very big and bold state of the city that you just gave us. And yeah, we'll see how we can put this in real time. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Dlabati.
No, thank you very much, Speaker of Council, and greetings to the colleagues, the former Chief Whip, Alderman Mashihu, and the former Deputy Chief Whip, Alderman Mutar. Speaker, our participation into this collaborative government as the ANC was inspired by our long outstanding commitment of being at service to the people, especially the previously marginalized, and despite the fact of not having received the absolute majority to govern, our bond as the African National Congress on a social contract with the masses remains intact. The forebearers of our liberation struggle engraved, Speaker, unto us as the cadreship of the African National Congress, a consciousness that says, in every circumstance and condition, ours is about the upliftment of the people, wherein all shall enjoy better living condition and prosperity. From the past electoral privilege, not only we as the ANC did we presided over a stable seat of Ekurhuleni, but we have equally used the budget as a tool to bring about improvement in the quality of life, a sentiment, Speaker and colleagues, that was confirmed by the Gauteng City Region Observatory report during the 2016-2021 term of office. The 78 of the 112 wards are represented by the African National Congress, constituting 70% ward representation. Hence, Speaker, we took a keen interest on the MTREF and the IDP, which is spoken today through the budget address. On our part as the ANC, there is an appreciation that this budget is addressed or rather presented during a period of recovery. The budget MMC is, however, not absolutely absolved from ensuring that the city is a going concern that is capable of discharging its local government mandate. Safe to say that this budget presentation, it has passed that tick. We must also indicate that we do need to be realistic and focus on the core. Informed, Speaker, by the community consultation, the African National Congress caucus formulated certain conditions as our basis of budget engagement, having considered the feasibility aspects. The following, Speaker, are some of the points we are putting across as our response, MMC, to the budget address, having further analyzed the budget items, which is comprised of 1,599 pages. Given that the GDS is one of the factors that was considered in formulating the MTREF, Speaker, we are pleased that the key focus areas did capture the essence of the developmental priorities that represents this collaborative governance. It is therefore a false narrative, Speaker, that this budget is in fact sustaining the program of the DA-led coalition. You can make reference to page 7 up until page 12 of the item. In fact, we have overhauled that entire program with the program of collaborative governance. So that statement was factually incorrect. In his foreword to the budget, the executive mayor stated that, and I quote, "It is directed by government that municipalities need to factor in views and expression of communities in mapping out their budget and how it impacts them. This leadership has ensured that this is indeed the case. We are confident that our budget represents the views and the wishes of our people," close quote. It is an important principle to avoid any disjuncture, of course, between the community aspirations as well as the budget, which is an instrument to implement priorities. More so, Madam Speaker, in our view, the budget must continue in practical terms to give meaning to the imperatives of the collaborative government. We remain unsatisfied as the ANC about the lack of equitable integration of the directly submitted community needs, as my colleagues would have indicated, for we could only account for 62 funded needs out of the 362 needs that we submitted directly as the caucus of the ANC. Such an outlook, Madam Speaker, may project an IDP in the budget that is opposed to the people's government. We must say, Speaker, that there is a room, though, for us to correct this, wherein all our wards are catered for based on their submissions. We must avoid a similar mistake that was committed by the DA-led coalition with the 2021-2022 IDP budget, where community inputs were neglected. We must remind ourselves that we draw our legitimacy as government based on the will and addressing the aspiration of the people. Our stance, Madam Speaker, has always been that of tariffs which must be reasonable and affordable, especially where we have control. Therefore, we are comforted, MMC of Finance, that our call for the CIP-based tariffs has resonated with your budget address. Furthermore, our call for a lesser charge on the symmetric tariffs for CoE resident has equally been heeded, from the 5.3% to 4.3%. Such is welcome and commended, MMC of Finance. Sadly, the effort by the ANC caucus to petition NERSA to a tariff review did not really yield the desired results. However, we are optimistic that we have registered a case about the insensitive approval of tariffs by NERSA. We do need to pursue a clear and a convincing revenue enhancement plan, MMC, in order to boost our revenue base. In addition to what you articulated in your budget address, it is also our view that some of the efforts must encompass some of the following. 1, effective internal mechanism for revenue collection. 2, exploiting external proposal at no cost to the city. 3, attractive payment incentives. And 4, a well-canvassed development program with a potential to draw in investment and revenue. If not, MMC, the budgeted surplus of 401 million may not be realized. We say this against what appears to be a city that is at the risk of not being able to source sufficient funds from the open market. Of course, this can't be blamed to this government, but it is a foundation that has been laid and a risk that we must deal with in the event where we are compelled to go and borrow from the market. Therefore, we support the idea of improving liquidity and financial sustainability as a matter of urgent, coupled with the intensive mass-based education and awareness about the importance of paying for services. This is also important for our quest of reducing the high provision for bad debt and to equally mitigate against the impact of load shedding on revenue base. On the same breath, the preservation of sound financial management practices as well as institutional integrity is fundamental, MMC, in order to maintain our credibility and relevancy to the market and prospective investors, including the sustenance of a clean audit, which is important in the context of building confidence on how we as public representatives are managing the funds. The shrinking capital budget from 3.1 billion to 2.7 billion should propel all of us to pursue what the ANC caucus proposed, which is a focused development. It will not help us to have many fragmented projects with less impact. Hence, for instance, we continue to advocate for a 40-40-20 split on roads and stormwater, focusing on the southeast and the northern part of our region. The capital budget on energy must also focus on building a resilient infrastructure. And for that matter, we do need to add MMC of Finance transformers in Tembisa, Thokoza, and Guatemala as a starting point. All transformers and substations that are on repairs and maintenance must be prioritized and immediately brought back into the distribution system. We are thus worried that in the 2023-2024, there is nothing provided for substation. And if this is the budget that was presented by the DA-led coalition, it was misdirected in the sense that it was not intervening on what is core. And that is why we are appealing that on the reprioritization, the inclusion of the substation for Tembisa, Guatemala, as well as Thokoza is fundamental. You will refer Councillor Nkosi, the former MMC of Finance, on page 254, page 252. If you say this is a copy and paste of your budget, you guys neglected a fundamental investment into the infrastructure, in particular transformers and substations for these 3 townships. Furthermore, the many mere 1.5 million allocation in what you term to be your budget for network enhancement for various township is like a thumb-sucking allocation which must be changed, MMC of Finance, with immediate effect, because this is not informed by a proper assessment and the magnitude of what we are currently exposed to as an electricity problem. From the public consultation, it is worth noting that out of the 560 needs across all the 112 wards, 240 of those related to roads and stormwater, 62 related to energy, and 38 related to environmental resource and waste management. These are the areas where we must pursue our proposed focused development, MMC, through the effective use of capital budget so as to make a long-term impact. Hence, as the ANC caucus, we believe that we should not be everywhere and be fragmented, but channel our limited capital budget to where it matters most. It is also evidence that we do need a stronger collaboration with the private sector in order to drive infrastructure development. This is not a new narrative. It is something that the ANC has actually submitted in both the State of the City address of the then DA-led coalition, including the budget statement. It is therefore critical to have a budget that articulates our strategic initiatives from which the private sector can play a role, and I think you have successfully articulated those, MMC, as part of our GDS focus and the key focus areas, and the objective of which is to accelerate economic development and, of course, deal with the issue of job creation. Against the comment that came out from the provincial assessment, which said, and I quote, "The draft IDP for the city does not articulate the long-term vision," close quote. I think it is important, MMC, that we clarify this and do provide some sort of assurance that such an observation has actually been addressed by the IDP budget, which we as the African National Congress strongly believe that the budget statement has adequately addressed it. Equally, it is in our interest to have a sense of what were the key issues that came out from the engagement with the top 100 companies as per the report on the engagement with the Business Forum on page 164. It is important for us, MMC, to make a determination on whether or not some of their views were considered something that is important in the context of meaningful participation. As we said, we do need strong collaboration with the private sector, subject to us creating an enabling environment for their input to resonate. Our attitude, MMC, on the debt rehabilitation is that the process of write-off must be made easier. We have said this. In order to expand access to the benefit, more so, the administrative processes must be efficient. We support that in your statement. We, however, continue to make a call as the ANC for the 75% debt write-off on application, wherein the 25% is locked into the debt arrangement. This must find expression in the MTREF. So the narrative that this has been lost in translation, former MMC of Finance, Councillor Nkosi, it is not true. I am stating it. It is something that we represent as the ANC. And of course, we are mindful that the budget is contested. There are gives and take. And I'm sure MMC of Finance will demonstrate the willingness to consider this in the MTREF period. In some communities, MMC, they have actually said to us, go and call for 100% debt write-off on application. We are, of course, sensitive to the need to protect the financial stability of the city, and that requires us to strike a balance, as I've indicated. Furthermore, we must not prejudice applicants on the basis of a 1.5 million property value criteria. This must be scrapped, as so many may actually be unemployed despite living in a property that is valued in that particular amount. And we believe that there is a political leadership on your part to deal with this. On policies, as I edge towards the end, we continue to advocate for flexible credit control policy without compromising the essence of its objectives, including the ability to enforce consequence management. It is our conviction that the policy should not be in contravention with the right to access essential services like water, just like the DA-led coalition did with its budget and related policies. The termination of water services for household is not supported on our part in view of a policy provision that council may terminate the supply of water. We can live with restriction on the of water as well as the blockage of electricity. However, not the termination of water. We have, to that effect, after the DA-led coalition passed that policy, lodged a case with the South African Human Rights Commission, and we strongly believe that the verdict will be in our favor. We welcome, MMC, the revised condition for the required down payment, which is zero for both the first and the second arrangement. It is something we called for during the 2021-2022 financial year, but it fell on deaf ears, and we do appreciate the political consideration in this regard. We should also move towards abolishing the use of attorneys, as my comrades would have said, as part of debt collection, in particular for normal households who are registered for indigent. On indigent, we remain of the view that the criteria on 9.1.1 that the municipal value of property should not exceed 1.5 million must be equally scrapped. This will prejudice once again genuine applicants by overlooking the household income. And once again, we do believe that there will be political leadership to deal with this. In a case where a deceased was an account holder, the survivors, and where the survivors have no means to service the debt and or qualify for indigent, the deceased debt, in our view, should be scrapped without a precondition to change of ownership. On the exclusion, our view is that EPWP and interns who are earning below the threshold must not be excluded from the indigent registration with the assumption that they are city's employees. This consideration should be cognizant to the EPWP baseline wage rates, which actually stipulates that many of them do qualify, especially those that are general workers. MMC of Finance, we do welcome the proposed 500,000 for the deemed indigent household. It will greatly assist us on the USDG, but also to open up more to appreciate and access the benefits. We also want to re-emphasize the fact that the fixing of water leakages, much as you have budgeted 124 million for it, our view is that this should actually form part of the benefits of being registered as an indigent household, and in that regard, it should be institutionalized formally as part of the policy benefits. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, with all that being said, we do give this budget address, MMC of Finance, the benefit of the doubt. Despite being in the collaborative governance, we will, of course, as the African National Congress, continue to ensure strong political oversight on the implementation. And this gives meaning to the context of separation of powers. And for that matter, Madam Speaker, we will support this budget. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alderman Dlabati. Councillor Dilange.
Thank you, Speaker. This budget brings about great concern in a city that is on the brink of total collapse regarding service delivery. The tariff increase combined translates into 45% of residents' municipal bill, which puts basic services out of reach for the middle-class households. And because of political and economical instability in the city, one is led to believe that the residents are having to pay for many of the mismanagement of this city that the current administration could have avoided and saved on not only in the previous term, but also now in this present time. With over 1.9 billion in unaccounted water losses and many illegal connections, MMC Dunga, maybe if we start making proper provision, as we promise for residents like the people of Buhle Park in Ward 40, who wants to get back to paying the city, instead of denying them services, we will start seeing the 90% revenue collection rate that we are so dependent on instead of the 45% we have been getting so far. And also, to say that our roads are in a bad condition is an understatement, MMC, because what we have witnessed so far is that there is a road on the whole. The IDP process was a complete and utter mess. One can only hope that while certain wards were neglected there, they will actually be considered in this budget. The 2.7 billion is 13% less than the 2022-2023 adjusted to 3.1 billion. This compromises us as a preferred investment hub. This is testimony of yet another failure of the ANC-led government. The voters will punish you at the polls next year, and Action SA will not think twice about rescuing our people of Ekurhuleni and restoring dignity to all our residents. We, however, take note of all the jargon and beautiful words that you have presented to us here today, MMC. Action SA will be holding you to account to ensure that all these big stories that you spoke of will actually happen. Thank you, MMC. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Switch off, Councillor Dilang. Councillor Makubo.
Thank you, Speaker. I must say, first of all, bona umuhle kanjani njengoba ungagqokanga overall Speaker, siyabonga. Beautiful. The only people's government in this budget speech is that it was tabled by a fake socialist in a Gucci red overall, who twangs within the ranks of the EFF, who the party lost a by-election. They thought that fielding a white face would garner them enough votes and support to win that ward. Shame, Binoni next to Boxburg, you were taught a lesson. Uyabona, MMC Dunga, you are now in power, in government. And guess what? You are now responsible, and as the saying goes, the more the things change, the more they stay the same. What you presented today within the ANC-led coalition is a free market, friendly, sensible and reasonable budget, and not your Popeye phonetic Marxist-Leninist goal-driven budget to which the EFF claims to stand for. You see, there's a difference between preaching empty slogans that many perhaps may make you feel less guilty of the capitalist lifestyles that you people of the EFF live, only for you to enjoy fat salaries and retire to gated communities after preaching socialism and Marxist-Leninist slogans throughout the day. Whilst this ANC-led coalition remains the government of the day, we're just wondering how many trucks will go missing or are miscounted at 4 a.m. again. Let us all wait for another episode and a press conference from either yourselves or Adlaman Jabatli, as that person of Malema calls him. You'll be convinced that I am a Sangoma, but this quarter will not end without another episode reveals itself, showing more cracks on this toxic mjolo of yours, and the ANC, with the ANC and poor Super 7 caught right in the middle, wondering which side to take. This budget comes at the backdrop of our ailing economy, where ESCOM is unable to keep the lights on, and where service delivery is absent, and where still unemployment is at a record high. Our response to your speech, MMC, is powered by an unflinching vote of confidence to this government to steer the city to a sound economic climate where residents are able to pay for services and to receive services back, and for this administration to keep to its promises. As a party founded by the People's Dialogue, Action SA is concerned by the lack of political will to speak to the project of insourcing. We give this administration a month to provide us with a project plan on how security guards and cleaners will be insourced. The April Council meeting violated Council resolutions on tabling the feasibility study of insourcing. Our patience is running dry on this issue, MMC, and if no progress is made on this matter, we might move in and do your job, remove Mayor Godwana, and put in a government that will ensure that this happens. Ask the DA. Insourcing must therefore be a reality. We note the affirmation of budgeting and the prioritization of the GDS 2022-2027 strategy, and also note the move to electrify more informal settlements, reversing apartheid spatial planning patterns by housing our residents closer to city centers. More needs to be done at focusing on developing coherent black economic development zones, which would encapsulate formalizing the food market and taxi industries, and have infrastructure development, building safe communities and creating a clean city. Action SA further notes measures and attempts as proposed and calls on its mandate to include it in being developed into incubation that will recruit and train resources that will be distributed in in-source roadworks, and further roll out service stands, refuse removal, grass cutting, security and safety and security for our residents. In conclusion, Speaker, we note this budget, and as a consequence, will look into perhaps voting in favor of it, and that there is at least a budget to keep the city afloat. One wonders whether what happened to 24 hours clinics as promised in your manifesto, Dololo Senilele MMC2s. We will indeed look into this to make sure that this administration, which is full of drama and squabbles and is growing too slow in changing the lives of our residents. I thank you, Speaker.
Councillor Mashianoke.
Okay, thank you, Speaker. Firstly, the EFF certainly knows the horrific and disheartening experience of the corona outbreak, which has recently transpired in Namaskral, claiming number of people's life. We send our heartfelt condolences to the family and friends of the deceased in Namaskral and hope that their souls may rest in peace. We are also putting patients who are still hospitalized in prayers and wish for their speedy recovery. As the EFF caucus unreservedly and apologetically welcomes the budget proposed and its intention, we will also try to be very short like a miniskirt, but ensure that we cover essentials. We say this well aware of the financial constraints of the city, but we accept the People's Government budget proposal because it is in decline position to recovery plan, while bearing a socialist posture. Let me repeat this, while bearing the socialist posture. If any, this is necessary intervention that we have been waiting for. The city has been suffering financial losses, especially in the past financial year. However, we are delighted that the budget presents us a contingency plan to deal with some sort of the irreparable damages. Madam Speaker, amongst others, we are pleased that the presented budget has given more pronounced view and attention to the informal settlement which has been neglected by the previous DA coalition government. While we are resident of the said water crisis in Hammaskral, we take the budget of the People's Government to the highest regards, as it intends to allocate 587 million in capital expenditure to the Water and Sanitation Department and Ekurhuleni Water Care, unlike the DA-led coalition government in Tshwane. It is also worth nothing that the city of Ekurhuleni has been engulfed with waste, water, and sewage spillage, which has been occurring unabated. In this regard, we welcome the further intention to allocate 364 million for repairs and maintenance of water and sewage system and pronounced by the MMC of Finance. Nevertheless, to say, this move will be pivotal to ensuring stable and clean water supply for the people of Ekurhuleni, while also saving the cost by capping water losses, which we are constantly experienced. We also glad that these intentions are coupled with the establishment of Social Responsibility Committee in a form of municipal plumbers to mitigate water spillage within household in Ekurhuleni, and thereby saving costs for the municipality and contributing to job creations. Madam Speaker, we also, in relation to water provision, we also welcome the intention to reinstate 9 kiloliter provision for indigenous household and 6 kiloliter for non-indigenous households, since it has been scrapped by the previous DA administration. We believe this move is people-centered and prioritize the mitigation of the plight of our people, and is in the strain of our people's financial concerning their payments of rates and taxes. The People's Government, through MMC for Finance, has also indicated the intention to correct meter reading of water and their billing system, which will see a move from estimated to actuals. Our people will benefit greatly because this enforces correct billings and will appetize our people to pay rates and taxes, as it will be correct reflection of the spending and reality. Speaker, this goes without saying, this intention by the People's Government is heavily prioritizing the indigenous households. Thus, we also welcome the review indigenous policy as it has taken posture to move from 250,000 to 500,000 property value as threshold for household to qualify to be considered indigent, and it's well and clarified. This move will allow about 220,000 households to be added on the indigenous database, a resolution of easing financial strain on our people, to which we are unashamedly welcome. Madam Speaker, we have been dismayed by the electricity disaster, which has seen many households losing their order of life. We know how the availability of electricity together with the appliance are important for the basic maintenance and substance of any household, especially when it relates to provision of food items and many other things. A lack, therefore, induces the high cost of living, especially to already unburdened, poor and marginalized people of our masses. So the intention to allocate 194 million for electrification of informal settlements and further 214 million for substation maintenance is exactly what will safeguard the proper and the development livelihood of our people. We will not stress the importance of electricity. Madam Speaker, it is given. We have great concern with the unpatterned vandalism and theft of electricity infrastructure, as it were, but we are relieved since the MMC for Finance committed to ensuring security thereof. The invest in a timber and vandalism for proof of infrastructure will see a great demotivation of the theft of our electricity infrastructure while ensuring the redundancy and maintenance cost by thereby saving and stabilizing the city's revenue. Madam Speaker, the MMC for Finance was also very well captured when he referred to allocation of 256 million to the Department of Road and Stormwater in order to cater for the stormwater construction and development of roads with priority afforded to the townships and informal settlement. We view this as an acute intervention to and express displeasure and dissatisfaction by the Ronald Ntlego from Krukaras in Ward 97 when he complained about the lack of roads and stormwater drainage system during the ITP process despite several and constant negligence. To us, this is the only means that the people's government has taken heed to service delivery calls which were made by our neglected communities during the budget and ITP process. Madam Speaker, the people's government budget has also reflected on the Council approved motion of establishment of road agency, which was in any way a motion of economic freedom fighters, and thus far we are glad its support of the budget. When a feasibility study has concluded and implementation is undertaken, we'll be rest assured that we are vehemently processed to deal with the corruption and ensure that there is a permanent and maintenance and construction of roads without any reliance on tendering system. Madam Speaker, you know very well that within the 7 non-negotiated pillars of EFF, number 3 speaks of the building state capacity and doing away with tenders, which is to ensure that the government has the capacity to take care of its own responsibility. Hence, we believe that the budget sufficiently encompasses the position of EFF. Speaker, we have been stressing and continuously complaining about incapacity and/or unwillingness of Ekurhuleni Municipality Police Department in dealing with rampant crime in the city. We know that Ekurhuleni have about more than 40% crime statistics, which also continues to rise. We have also witnessed a continued failure to deal with gender-based violence-related cases, while women continue to be subjected to rape, torture, abuse, subsequent murders, and this remains the unbeaten conduct which the EFF will never tolerate. However, we are comforted by the intention to allocate 10 million to EMPD for its capacitation. We believe that this will not go to waste, as our people have long complained about the lack of crime mitigation. We welcome the allocation of funds as a direct response to our people's crisis. We hope that any perpetrator shall be pursued until the logical conclusion of bringing about the justice of all victims, and must never be devoid of combating corruption within the police department. Madam Speaker, a lack of waste removal has been thorn in the city and has continuously presented grave health hazard to our people at least before the deployment of MMC for Environment and Waste, Councillor Eunice Matlova. However, we continue to know the difficult and ensuring 100% cleanness of the city, since we have noted a shortage or rather missing waste compactors. This further welcome the intention allocated to 54 million in the Environment and Waste Department, which will also prioritize purchasing of further 12 compactor trucks to ensure acute service delivery. We believe that there is a dire need to clean after our people and their environment. Hence, we present the motion for Council to approve the cleanup of our environment under the name of Andries Tlatlan campaign in honor of Andries Tlatlan, who was brutally killed by police in Fiesback during the service delivery protest. Lastly, Speaker, we know the people's budget is placing business as a central framework of reviewing its social contract. This is pivotal intervention as it will ensure sustainability partnership between the city and business, thereby forcing industrialization and logic creation jobs for our people, for our unemployed resident of Ekurhuleni. We welcome the People's Government's intention not to meddle in business affairs and encouraging their profit-making exercise for as long as it will put the people of Ekurhuleni first and invest in the development. As a sustainable relationship and/or partnership must be encouraged for establishment of the city as a solid industrial hub bearing opportunities, especially for young people of Ekurhuleni. Madam Speaker, with our obvious ability to properly comprehend issues of importance, we get the sense that the People's Government budget is here to renew the social contract, which will simply mean to provide well-coordinated redress that will put people of Ekurhuleni first. It stresses and clarifies that the people of Ekurhuleni must never be viewed as customers of the municipality, and further knows that the city itself and it must be servant of the people with who equally have the responsibility to ensure that the city is safeguarded from any state collapse. It encourages a fruitful and synchronized relationship between the city and its people and ensures that it is never transactional. The purpose remains to warrant stable and reliable sustainable provision of the service delivery, ultimate growth in the city without overburdening the people. Lastly, Madam Speaker, we need our missing waste compact to be returned into the city database to effect an effective waste as soon as possible. Thank you. I know the other part, they know where the trucks went. Thank you very much.
Councillor Maraba, you have 4 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, as EFF, we wish to applaud the MMC of Finance for a well-analyzed, qualitative and quantitative thought-out people's budget, putting the people of Ekurhuleni at the center, despite the constraints the city is currently facing. The theme, the renewal of social contract, is a well-placed, centralized message that clarifies the relationship between the city and its people. We are reminded by this theme of our role and responsibility as a city to the citizens of Ekurhuleni that ours is to serve and improve their lives. The DA claims the budget was a copy from Councillor Fana Mokoena, but equally, the budget confuses the DA. According to the DA, the budget full of promises which are unattainable, but it's a copy of your previous MMC of Finance speech. How do you reconcile the two? Furthermore, your previous mayor claims the budget was a copy from your MMC. It's an EFF election campaign. Does that mean you previously tabled the EFF election manifesto? You have no capacity to rewrite the EFF manifesto, unfortunately. Your lot of hard work, former executive mayor, has not gone into a waste, as you proclaim, in this election campaign budget. No wonder you are currently sitting on the opposite benches, former executive mayor. Let's assist you in understanding the analysis of the budget. The allocation budget to electrify the informal settlement is not only to win, it's not only a win by the marginalized, but it will also create an opportunity for the city to improve the collection of revenue while minimizing the loss of electricity by the city as a result of illegal connections. We welcome the 256 million allocated to maintain our roads and drainage systems, which has in the longest time remained a thorn to the city. Indeed, the immediate response to the looming blackouts, as pronounced by the CIC of the Economic Freedom Fighters, Selo Julius Malema, requires proactive response government, and this renewal of social contract is focused on avoiding the city from blackouts. We applaud the intention to create the internal capacity with the intention to absorb 16,000 workers, as this will revive many of our youth who seems to be surrendering their trust to us all, as the leaders of the society. Speaker, we urge the city to consider separation of debts collection between the households and that of the private sector. We are quite intrigued by the identification and intention to make Tambo the strategic sector for economic development in the city. Indeed, everyone enters and leaves the country through Ekurhuleni, but the people of Ekurhuleni remains the poorest, with higher statistics of unemployment youth. A focus in making the airport the tourist center must be a celebrated solution to 41% unemployment in the city.
Councillor Marabo, your time is up.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Speaker.
Councillor Janse van Rensburg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. All protocol observed. Lightweight, please
Councillors,
step
let's
aside.
allow Councillor Janse van Rensburg to speak, please. You may speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Lightweights, please step aside as we come in. We appreciate the fact that the previous coalition government's budget was used as a framework or draft to work from, even though there were not much changed. But the changes made it look good on paper. The real challenge is still ahead of this EFF-led government to bring all the promises into action that is promised to the city of Ekurhuleni's residents. You can't make promises to our residents but not actually budgeting for their best interest. Action speaks louder than words. The shifting of the comma in certain departments or replacing freedom with fear and trading money for lies. One could say that these reallocations are just a disguise and that our residents are just being deceived. It's all about power and greed, which is the core problem why our residents are suffering. There is a quote, when politicians rage war, it's the poor who suffers. To simplify it, the effects of the reallocation on the budget will be felt severely by our residents and the poor of the poor. Employee increase of 35 mil. This is a perfect example of dedication to the rich and abandoning the poor, while the EFF-led government is asking residents to have compassion and have some respect, but they are laughing all the way to the bank while our residents are suffering. The 52 mil decrease in materials and equipment. The staff do not have PPEs, the equipment and tools of trades to go and work and run operational depots in Ekurhuleni. This affects our infrastructure, electricity, water, stormwater drains, roads, and just basic maintenance of Ekurhuleni. Contracted services increased by 38 mil while they were complaining of insourcing, but now it's clear that the EFF-led government would rather give these contracts to their cadres. Further, MMC Dunga spoke about the metro having adequate internal capacity to deliver service delivery, yet contracted services on the budget...
On a point of order, Speaker.
Just hold on, Councillor Janse van Rensburg.
No, thank you very much, Speaker.
Councillor Watkins, which rule are you rising on?
On 63,
Okay, you may proceed.
I wanted to ask whether the Speaker on the podium, she's willing to take a question on the submissions that she's making.
Speaker on the podium. Speaker on the podium. Councillor Janse van Rensburg, will you be willing to take a question?
No, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Watkins, she's not willing to take a question.
Thanks, Speaker.
Thank you. You may proceed, Councillor Janse van Rensburg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Further, MMC Dunga spoke about the Metro having adequate internal capacity to deliver service delivery, yet contracted services on the budget sees a 38 mil increase from previous administration's suggestions. What a contradiction in the actual budget from this rainbow and butterflies budget speech. Sports decrease with 13.4 mil and a budget for a tender of 200,000 to buy Xbox consoles to place in our libraries, encouraging screen time, and the tender includes games like Call of Duty, Fortnite, Mortal Kombat, and more. These games has an age limit of 18 years plus and encouraging violence and bullying in our youth. Physical activity is of utmost importance. Having access to these games turns into addiction eventually. Council General, 8.5 mil. For the Riverfields housing development, the infrastructure can't handle the development before the infrastructure is not upgraded. This will only add to the problems in Kempton Park and Tembisa. This is not coming from grants, but from our own revenue, and we should only use grants for these types of developments. Every time finances are reallocated or decreased and not used for key priorities in that department, you take away more freedom from our residents. The EFF-led government advocates for political stability when the instability was enforced by the EFF-led government to gain power and open unauthorized financial spending and moving money. We know that financial statements can be manipulated to appear clean. MMC Dunga spoke as if there is no end to the Metro's finances with no real reference to investments, only relying on revenue enhancement. The city sits on an aerotropolis project that sees little to zero progress, yet an university is next priority, starting but never following through with these amazing ideas. We are, however, pleased to hear that Councillor Glover, former MMC of Health and Social Development's fight for budget allocation towards specialized and medical equipment is continued and implemented to cater our residents' health needs. MMC Dunga referred to buying of waste trucks. Is the MMC talking about buying those so-called 71 stolen trucks they so embarrassingly spread all over social media? Talking about all these free services, free social relief packages to indigents. Yet, the Finance Department is the one delaying registration, and integration with the financial system seems to be a massive problem. The training for EMPD officers on victims of GBV, AIDS, and other social impacts is not this new government's initiative. It's in fact an initiative from the previous multi-party coalition through the FF Plus in Health Department, where SANEC was engaged to provide this training free of charge as part of their Empowering Police Officers project. Forceful determination from the EFF-led government sounds good, but implementing it has a huge question mark. The FF Plus will not support this budget because the priority changes has a ripple effect. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Mdluli.
Thank you, Speaker. Honorable Executive Mayor.
Councillor Madiwan.
Honorable Executive Mayor.
Mamdlul, you can proceed.
Oh, thanks, Speaker. Honorable Executive Mayor, Whip of Council, Alderman Dlabati, Speaker of Council, Ms. Chivenga, and all the executive mayors and whoever is there, guests and the CEO residents and our constituency secretary, Mr. Bongwanda Ngobo. You know, so much.
Councillor
has been-
Mdluli, you are not audible from my side. I don't know, councillors, if you can hear her. Can you try to maybe move to another microphone, please?
Aye, Wena. Hello, does it make it? Is it better? This one. Okay. I think I've greeted everyone else, protocol observed. Honorable Speaker, I have listened to all the councillors that have spoken. in the
Mama,
council.
cela ukhulumele phezulu.
Phezulu.
Yebo.
Oh, okay, Speaker. I have listened and heard all the councillors from all four corners of this council debating the budget. Me, as from the IFP side, I have not much to say except to accept this budget and improve it.
Siyabonga Mamdluli. Councillor Mokoena.
Thank you, Speaker. Let me start by saying all protocol observed. Madam Speaker, a budget, it's a budget that speaks to sustainability. It's a budget that promotes service delivery. It is a budget that creates job-friendly environment. It is the kind of budget that is really a budget for the people of Ekurhuleni. Unemployment rate is about 37%. Over half of our household gets only 3.2 a month or less. And we have 119 informal settlement. Every cent received by the city must work to make a bright future for the people. And every investor wanting to bring development must be welcomed. Madam Speaker, ICDP is disappointed that there are entrepreneurs and investors who wanted to invest in the city who have applied from 2015 until up to date. It's almost 8 years that they have not been approved. And this was seeking to fight poverty and unemployment in the city. It is alarming at the snail pace that we are moving in order to approve this project.
Protection.
They also deprived young people from getting an opportunity to create employment. And this speaks directly to the moratorium. If it's going to take 8 years, and yet our moratorium says we have to takes only you have to have a lease for nine years and 11 months. This is going to cause the investors to go away. The ACP is also concerned about the tariff increase for water and electricity that are above inflation. The CPI inflation rate for this financial year is 5.3%, but the tariff increase for water is 12%, and the increase for electricity is between 15 and This will increase the cost of living for all the residents in our region. Our residents, Madam Speaker, will be expecting better service delivery for the higher prices they do want to get less for or more. At the public consultation, their main complaints were the impact of load shedding and how it causes water shedding, the condition of our roads, especially in township and informal settlement, street lights that do not work, and sewer spillage. The ICDP therefore hopes that the provision will be made for overtime and the National Treasury guidelines for spending 8% of the value of property, plant and equipment on maintenance will be reached. Road and stormwater must be able to resurface roads instead of just patching potholes. The Energy Department must have the resources to refurbish underground cables instead of just repairing cables faults. The Water Department must be empowered to replace old pipes instead of just rushing to fix them when they burst. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, MMC, my apology, Mrs. Speaker, in conclusion, MMC Dunga, I thank you for promising us that you will not lie to us, as you said in your speech today. But I wanted to pose a question. MMC Dunga, did you lie about stolen trucks? Or was it just a human error or a slippery of a tongue? If that is the case, sir, do the honest just to apologize to the city to set the record straight. Because irresponsible statements chases investors away. I thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bash, did I miss you on the speakers list?
No, you didn't, ma'am. I empowered my own caucus. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. And Tatem Kwena, switch off the mic, please. Councillor Peterson.
Thank you, Speaker. Greetings, Speaker, Executive Mayors, City Managers, MMC's councillors, residents of Ekurhuleni, all protocol observed. As the Patriotic Alliance, we welcome the People's Budget with enthusiasm and confidence that the plight of our residents will finally be addressed. Albeit not all at once, and does not immediately make budget available for infrastructure development in all our wards, but this People's Government has demonstrated a clear and strong political will to finally speak directly to the issues of the residents of the city of Ekurhuleni. MMC, you have touched on critical matters that will ensure that service delivery reaches in the furthest, most destitute and neglected parts of our city. There is a lot of work to be done ahead. In order to reduce the strain on an already constrained repairs and maintenance budget, and in line with continuously building the capacity of the People's Government to deliver services internally, we must optimally make use of our current resources and equip them. It is therefore our submission as the Patriotic Alliance that internal capacity be used for the repairs and maintenance of electricity complaints, unblocking of sewer lines, water pipe bursts and leaks to rental stock, hostels and council-owned facilities. We cannot have clean water running for weeks causing revenue leaks, bypassed electricity because of a failure of contractors to restore electricity to hostels and rental stock because of no budget, while we have electricity, water and sanitation departments that can perform these functions. We are losing revenue because of no budgets while we have the internal capability. We therefore also welcome the fixing of in-house leakages for indigent households, and that water leaks at informal settlement communal water taps be attended to immediately as and when they are reported. We need to save what we have in order to be able to use more of this budget and attend to the pressing, outstanding and new service delivery issues. We commend the plans to address the issue of unstable electricity, especially in our townships, and welcome the reblocking and electrification of 12 additional informal settlements within the remainder of the term. Regepark and Ramaphosa still suffer continuous power outages due to overload, and it is our belief that if the reblocking of Joe Slovo informal settlement is finalized, it will ease the loads on that infrastructure. The realignment of shacks was already done by the residents of Slovo, and it's only the electrification that still remains. Please have this expedited. We welcome the review of the debt collection policy and by reducing the repayment arrangement to 0% for the first and second arrangements. Our residents need this, and we'll be encouraging them to approach our finance departments to make arrangements in order to get the municipal accounts back on track. The dedicated pothole repair team must not work in isolation and instead have direct communication with ward councillors for the submission of potholes in wards. Councillors have already identified potholes, and this repair team can immediately hit the ground running and prioritize and repair potholes as a matter of urgency. We have to be deliberate and not biased to implement these bold plans, as outlined in the Mayor's soccer as well as the MMC's budget speech today. We welcome the people's budget. Salute on Spaizane.
Hey, Paiza, where's your blue light?
Get excited for blue lights, Chief.
Thank you. Thank you, councillors. Let's settle down. Councillor Mayekiso.
Thank you, Speaker. All protocol observed. Firstly, I want to congratulate the People's Government for delivering their first budget. In the short space of time since the transition into the new government, led by our own Councillor Sivile Ngotwana, has proven the ability to radically turn the tide and better lives of our people. Notwithstanding the challenges faced, the reviewing budget that was tabled by the another mayor, Umagas. As the AIC, we want to commend the work done on this item. There is still so much to be done. We want to urge this executive to radically use the processes of the IDPs in September. The budget adjustment to the scrutinize and reverse the incentive work of Mayor Campbell. Our town are in the desperate need of the leadership that cares and considerate the budget and an instrumental tool that can change the lives of our people. Tariffs are on the tariffs are an integral part of the consumer, and any changes to, particularly on social tariffs, have a direct impact on the purse of a single household. It is encouraging to note that most of the tariffs have been adjusted below CPI in this budget, while they are acknowledging that the abandoned consumers due to increasing prices on the energy, water, fuel, and other important consumables. We appreciate that in the terms of tariffs that are in our control, the propositions are insensitive to our consumers. We welcome the efforts of addressing the repairs and maintenance. We thank the People's Government for reinstating the bursary program. Executive Mayor, we have a faith in your leadership, and we trust that you and your team will steer the ship and return the city of Ekurhuleni back into its glory. Anzawehla. Executive Mayor, ngicela umxolele uKhansela Nkosi kuba uxalele uba makathini. Kaloku laa ndawo kuyo akakwazi nokukhupha umoya. Noba sesiva ufuna ukuzithuma kumele acele ngoba wangayenzi loo nto uzawu kodwa ngathi. I thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Franz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and all protocol observed. As the UDM, we welcome the budget speech made by the MMC of Finance, Councillor Nkululeko Dunga. Budget processes is the cornerstone of ensuring that those at the center, the working class, are prioritized in effective service delivery. Even though the city is facing financial difficulties, we appreciate the efforts made to ensure that this budget prioritizes the needs of our people. Madam Speaker, this budget truly demonstrates the willingness to make certain that the most vulnerable are continuously empowered and protected by this municipality as far as the economy is concerned. Alderman Campbell, el cebo unika executive mayor ukansela Ngodwana ukuba liyasebenza ngesasilibone kuwe ngesasilibone kuwe ngexesha lika former mayor uMzwandile Masina ngowambizile nahlala phansi nawe ukwenzela uba ithi fika apha ku mayor Ngodwana sibe siyazi ba ilichain ayikwazi ke ngokuthi xa ekomnye umuntu uze necebo siyibona njengento engasebenzi ufuna ukumkhohlisa ndiyabulela speaker Nkosi.
Thank you, Councillor Mufokeng.
Madam Speaker.
Councillors, let's allow Councillor Mufokeng.
Madam Speaker, Executive Mayor, Chief Whip, and all the colleagues in the House, I greet you all. Fellow councillors, while there has been a significant, notable move on the MTREF from the previous budget, which was tone deaf to the challenges faced by many of our townships, we have noted that there is a commendable consideration and effort geared towards allocating funds on important needs of our people. Notwithstanding the appreciation, the budget is coming out strongly to pronounce on clear plans to stabilize electricity supply in our township and general maintenance of our electricity infrastructure, of which this is what we need the most. Madam Speaker, electricity plays a significant role in the betterment of human life. Apart from its social benefits, electricity is also a driving factor in the economy. Its usage ranges from communication and transportation to production. Currently, areas such as Kwatema, Tembisa, Togoza, and many others are sitting in the dark. A speedy attention to assist this community is what Congress of the People will highly appreciate. Madam Speaker, the correlation between electricity and economic growth is apparent, and the importance of electricity is the growth processes and its ability to better the lives of people cannot be denied. If we are to live up to the being a government of the people, we must back that up with a budget that is bold and deliberate in resolving the energy issues faced by our people. In conclusion, it is CoPE's wish that in the next upcoming midterm, the focus should be, midterm budget, the focus should be infrastructure, job creation, community development issues, and areas like sports and arts and culture should be prioritized. We therefore are saying we thank the MMC for finance for delivering this budget, and Congress of the People will support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kabanyane.
Thank you, Speaker. As the Pan-Africanist Congress of Azania, we welcome the budget speech as tabled in the August House by the MMC of Finance, Councillor Nkululeko Dunga. For us, this budget makes a bold attempt to address a crucial issue that lies at the heart of our commitment to social justice and economic transformation, which is the land redistribution for the previous disadvantage, which are the Africans. We welcome the resignation of allocation of strategic land parcel to small emerging farmers. This demonstrates this government unwavering commitment to address historically injustices and foster a more inclusive and prosperous city. By empowering previously disadvantaged individuals and communities with land, we aim to create a fairer society and unlock the full potential of our people, which are the Africans. Together, let's embark on the transformation journey towards a city where land ownership is a symbol of empowerment and dignity to all. As a Super 7, we are very proud of our collective and our executive mayor, Svuile Ngotwana. We hope you will deliver, and we have hope in you and faith. In conclusion, happy Revolutionary African Day. Today marks the 60th commemoration of this day from 1963. As the PAC, we encourage all Africans to be proud of themselves, because we know Africans were dehumanized via slavery, exploited via colonization, and dehumanized via neo-colonialism. And in conclusion, Africa is born in me, and I was born in Africa. Izwe lethu.
Alderman Berg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. All protocol observed. Let me first start by thanking the current administration in allowing IRASA to be part of this budget. We thank you for listening to us and allow us to buy into this budget, making it a people's budget for all, or should I call it a recovery budget from the previous one. Yes, this budget, we welcome the current administration in also listening to the people of Ekurhuleni to keep tariffs under control and the same or under the CPI rate of 5.3%. Councillor Makuna, last year you approved the budget with the DA, and the rates of electricity and water was also enforced onto us at these high rates. So just be the same when you approve budgets or reject budgets. Ekurhuleni is reaping the benefits for investing into Erwat. That is why the increase for SWIR is in line with the CPI of 5.3%. We thank the current administration in showing leadership in making provision for a 90% collection rate so that we can steer this ship called Ekurhuleni in calmer waters. Unlike the previous administration of the DA Freedom Front Plus, ACDP and IFP, which worked on a collection rate between 84 and 86%, nearly collapsing this metro, resulting in some residents piling up debt that they cannot pay today. These political parties who does not support this budget, which is an improvement on the 22-23 budget, is here to play political games and not serious of serving all the residents of Ekurhuleni. MMC, we welcome your announcement of having a clean administration, unlike the previous DA Mayor, Alderman Campbell, who gave a new meaning to nepotism in employing friends and family in her office, as exposed by your previous DA leader, Alderman Philip de Lange. We welcome that you don't take up an external loan, because once you take up the loan, you start paying interest on the loan. We prefer the overdraft because you only pay interest when you make use of the overdraft. Let's go after those who owe this metro billions of rands and can afford to pay, but using Ekurhuleni to finance them. This was allowed to happen by the previous administration, and which you, MMC, for Finance highlighted.
Councillor De Beer.
You had your speaking time.
Councillor
I'm coming to you,
Alderman Berg, just hold on. Councillor De Beer, can you allow Alderman Berg to participate in the debate, please? Thank you. Alderman Berg, you may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We support the capital budget of 2.7 billion rand in consolidating the budget process in the city of Ekurhuleni. We welcome the 255 million rand allocated to roads and stormwater, and please ensure that we spend it, unlike the previous administration, which could only spend 38% of it during the term they ran Ekurhuleni. We also approved the 587 million rand for water and sanitation, and the previous administration could only spend 17.6% of that while they were in power. It seems to me they wanted to create cholera here in Ekurhuleni. Those mayors, 2 DA mayors in Tshwane, should be arrested for murder, 20 people, for what they've caused in Tshwane. Educate your youth and you address unemployment, Alderman Campbell. You took you took it away from the youth to actually go and study. You should not actually give them a fishing rod. You should teach them how to make a fishing rod that they can fish on their own. And then, Councillor De Beer, I see you were very quickly to jump on the stage at Salga with the awards received by the ANC and their coalition partners of the previous term. And then Alderman Campbell claimed victory over it, showing a wrong certificate to the press. If you actually zoom into it, you were not holding a Salga certificate in your hands. But keep on lying to the public. It's so easy to expose you and your party. You make it so much easier for us. IRASA therefore support this budget. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ntombela.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The NFP marched together with people of Ekurhuleni, Gauteng province, and the entire country welcomes the budget addressed by our MMC of Finance. A significant decrease of CAPEX budget to 2.7 billion tabled in this budget should be an area of concern to all of us. This means that the city is significantly scaling down on investing in infrastructure, given the challenges we are faced with of old infrastructure giving up on us. We, however, gladly welcome the revenue enhancement measures the government of the people is going to undertake to alleviate the city from these financial challenges. The NFP welcomes funds allocation to the following, just to name the few. the upgrading of substations and improvement of electrical supply networks, the reblocking of 12 informal settlements, management of sewer spillages, a Vogopile project to fight poverty and hunger, Fetatlala program to assist our people in sourcing their own food, bursary scheme reinstatement in the office of the mayor. We also welcome the reduction of burial and cemetery tariff from 4.7 to 4.3%. MMC Dunga, the NFP would like to see the repair and maintenance budget also benefiting hostel settlements, amongst other settlements, as the living conditions there are unbearable. This budget, Honorable Executive Mayor and the MMC of Finance, is triple P budget, in that it is profound, it is progressive, and it is people-centered. The DA in Ekurhuleni, for the very first time last year, did a very good thing, of which we encourage them to continue doing, which is to vote in favor of this significant 2023-2024 budget. We note jealous comments from former Blomport MMC of Finance, who was brought in to replace the firm-principled MMC Gershbash, who could not overlook the compilation of IDP budget without inputs from Ekurhuleni residents. Fellow councillors, on the basis of optimism to turn the corner, the National Freedom Party supports this budget with the view that it will change the lives of our people and the trajectory of the city of Ekurhuleni. Vo Speaker, ndolivwa ngamanda, zwitho zotwe sizochumbura zwaboti.
Rodibua, Councillor Ntombela, Councillor Mjapelo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Speaker, let me first congratulate the DA for reclaiming Ward 25. Congratulations to that. Coming, Madam Speaker, to the budget speech, I wish to congratulate the MMC of Finance for the captivating 2 hours action-packed maiden budget speech. It could only remind me of one famous movie that we all know, John Wick. The Independent Citizens Movement supports the budget and recognizes and appreciates all the efforts that were made to ensure that the budget was pro-poor and brought some relief to the burden that is carried by our communities. In particular, in ensuring that the tariffs are in line with the Consumer Price Index, CPI. Right from inception, Madam Speaker, the ICM has been consistent in raising concerns around the financial stability of the city and its liquidity position. MMC, it is important for us to ensure that the budget presented is credible, it's sustainable, and it's funded. To that end, I wish to highlight the following 4 areas of concern, which we believe still needs to be looked into as the ICM. Number 1, our creditors seems understated. We owe more people than we have disclosed, to a point where we are inundated with litigations. It is for that reason that we will be requesting a list of creditors over 30 days and a number of concomitant court cases that are associated with that. Number 2, unrealistic assumptions that gets revised later in the financial year. For example, the collection rate of 90% on CAPEX, the collection rate of 90% and the CAPEX expenditure as well of 90%, which could be tantamount to hiding the truth from ourselves. Ka Sepedi ba re tjhela phuri ka mahlong. We're hiding the realities from ourselves, which is very detrimental. Number 3, the CAPEX funding that is primarily grant reliant, with over 80% dependency, which poses a great threat to the running projects previously funded from borrowings. This is compounding the problem is that the grant has been declining over the years. Oh, sorry, I'm on point number 3. On point number 4, it's perpetual borrowings with no clear repayment plan or clear prospects of success. Soon, that ability to borrow over the MTREF period will also not be possible. Indeed, MMC, our preoccupation and focus should be on revenue enhancement with innovative, aggressive, and intentional interventions. Twice in your speech, you mentioned the OR Tambo International Airport, which is at the center of the Aerotropolis concept, which concept millions were spent in developing the master plan. And that master plan needs to be reviewed and implemented. I agree with you, Alderman De Beer. Talk is cheap, money buys the whiskey. We must dedicate our resources to come up with action plans and timelines that are measurable to change our dire financial positions. Unless we do that, we are doomed to oblivion, and we will not achieve many of the promises that we have made, let alone providing the basic service delivery, which is our core and constitutional responsibility. In conclusion, I wish to thank the collective and the people's government for listening to us and considering our inputs. Let us work together and make sure that this people's government becomes a reality. We should indeed focus on developmental projects and budget for bulk infrastructure that will unlock the much needed money that we can redirect towards service delivery. In those few words, ke la ka leo. Super 7 pezu.
Thank you, Councillor Mujapelo. We are now going to call on the MMC of Finance, Councillor Dunga, to come and close the debate. Councillor Dunga, kabade ba responde.
No, thank you very much, Speaker, for the opportunity to respond to the comments and contributions by this council sitting in reference to the budget that is being proposed by the People's Government. Speaker, I would not want to be long because most speakers who spoke understood the mission that we want to undertake as the People's Government, understood the nature of the budget in itself being a recovery, a lot of progressive forces in this council sitting, went on to detail as well the need for a greater revenue enhancement program of action that we spoke of at length. Which then begs to ask, Speaker, that where was Councillor De Beer when we're tabling the debt rehabilitation program of action, because she speaks of the unrealistic elements of the budget on the basis that we do not have revenue, when we ourselves spoke of going into an aggressive campaign towards revenue enhancement. It can only mean that she was speaking on notes that she had formulated yesterday or 2 weeks ago, without having considered the tabling of the speech today. We can go with the DA to the route of the EFF being subjected to accountability. We note the question in regards to the billboards of the EFF. We can give you the direction to Winnie Mandela House, where the decisions of the EFF and its program of actions are undertaken. This is not such a platform. But the hypocrisy in all of it is that the EFF is asked to make submissions on billboards, but we've got councillors of the DA here, or rather a councillor, who's never been asked to declare and enjoyed many, many nights in a hotel room, and no one asked for those invoices. So why must it be that the EFF is subjected to such nonsensical things? Now, we have been brought to respond to Ward 25. The EFF has seen a growth from 2% all the way to 11% in that particular ward. So, we would not know what scaring element you are speaking of, because 11% of communities and community members in Ward 25 went out to go and vote for Lulu Dabie. Now, the DA would go on to at length telling us about the city of Cape Town. Why here in Gauteng? Why not bear reference to what you would think is this great organization you are running, even in terms of governance, and not attribute it just a few kilometers away here, within the borders of Gauteng? Why don't you refer to the city of Tshwane? You killed people in the city of Tshwane by offering them water that is contaminated. Why don't you tell society that? You are the ones who presided over a 10 billion rand unauthorized, irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure. It was the DA-led administration for the past 8 years in the city of Tshwane. Why are you telling us about the Western Cape? Why are you telling us about Cape Town? Now,
councillors, allow the MMC to respond. I would have hoped that you expected responses from him. So please, let's allow him to respond.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Now, as correctly captured, the only Blompot that would exist was that of the former MMC who replaced a councillor as the minister, as the MMC of Finance. And it was correctly captured to say that he had left on the basis that he did not believe that there was a thorough public participation process. But no one's speaking about the other assertions that he had made, in that the DA was meeting service providers in the back doors and not saying anything and not declaring. Now, yes, Garba. It's the truth. Now, the 3.1 billion rand contracted services were very clear in terms of what the 3.1 billion rand is allocated for. It's for contracted services, but at the same time, Throughout the entire speech, we spoke of a need for the city of Ekurhuleni to use the 16,835 employees optimally and effectively. So in as much as it is budgeted there, in accordance to CPI, in accordance to all the planning that has been made, we are discouraging departments from using contracted services. We are asking departments to make use of the human resources, and the allocated budgets within the departments must be used to actually buy the tools of trade that will make work much more easier for the 16,000 plus employees. We have said this numerous times throughout the entire speech. In terms of the ward priorities, it is unfortunate, Whip of Council, that out of the 462 priorities that we had gone through, that we could only directly look into 98 of these ward priorities, because we came in extremely late as the government of the people, even during the IDP process when it has already started. However, out of these 98 wards, the monetary value thereof amounts to about 770 million rand in terms of capital expenditure. What we have tried to do is try to strike a balance of at least 50-50%, because the former administration had taken 75% of capital expenditure budgets towards that are predominantly advantaged over those of black communities. We have made a commitment in terms of the review on the debt rehabilitation policy, as well as the comments that have been made in terms of the write-off. What we are offering at this present moment is a 50%, and a 50% write-off that is in line in that you actually engage in ensuring that your account is not in arrears for a period of 36 months, and if you can keep it up that way, another 50% further will be given unto you, meaning that 100%. But the one of the immediate 75% as a debt relief program is something that we definitely have to look into in terms of the review, and we are making that commitment that as soon as we get our pockets well in order, we'll be able to facilitate that process. In terms of the semi-building, it was in this house that we adopted the adjustment budget. We adopted the adjustment budget on the basis of poor expenditure by the Department of Real Estate, by the former administration. So we still have to make a commitment in that the projects that we have started, we've got to see it till the end. And semi-building is one of those. We took monies from it in the previous administration, in the previous adjustment budget, that was then relocated to other departments such as ICT. And all we are doing in this term is to put back the money that you could not spend as the previous administration towards the completion of semi-building, so that we can ensure that this building is completed, because time is no longer on our side in terms of the completion of this particular project. In terms of the credit control mechanisms that are put in the city, we do agree and fully agree that it is the most inhumane thing to do and an infringement of human rights to actually cut off water. Because water is a basic human right. We don't expect the DA to understand this. But water is a basic human right. And with that, the only other credit control measure that we can enforce is at least looking at the restriction on water, meaning that the pressure pool of the water that comes out would be much more lower, as opposed to cutting off water completely. This This will go in a long way in terms of also eradicating the high levels of the technical losses of water that we experience and overconsumption, particularly of not only households but companies as well that are not paying. Now with companies, it is much more easier, WIP, to actually cut off water because these are entities that make money and are actively engaged in business activities, and they should be expected to pay for what they use. We're not asking for anything more than the companies to actually pay for what they are using. Now, we do fully understand that we have a lot of people who do not have an opportunity towards access to education and academia. But sitting where we are here as councillors, we are in a position of privilege. There's nothing that's stopping us from accessing education besides being just lazy or having a very hateful relationship with books. Now, I say this because I come from an organization, yes, that represents a large part and chunks of society that have not had access to education because education is commodified in South Africa. However, we advocate for education at every single forefront, at every single platform. And if I am standing here representing the economic freedom fighters, representing the people's government, we are going to tell you to go to school. And we make no mistake about it. Ourselves, we will be writing next month, so we are not telling you anything that we ourselves are not doing. Now, in the low or the lower capital expenditure is as a result of the fact that we have not taken out any loans and we have desisted from taking any loans as the city of Ekurhuleni. As hence, from the previous year till now, you would see a drop in about 700 million or so. The city of Ekurhuleni just recently received an award for the highest expenditure, at least one of the municipalities with the highest expenditure in terms of the conditional grants. I think we're standing at 88%. So it's realistic for us to say that we would have reached the 90% target of expenditure on the conditional grants. Now, in terms of the decline of grants over the years, we do agree, as hence we have asked that we must institutionalize the formulation of the grant funding division. It will be a division that is most likely to be under finance, and its job has been, we drew a picture in the budget in itself that not only will its job be to go and look for grants and grant fundings that go beyond just government, but also be in charge in terms of the expenditure thereof and ensuring that we reach 90% and above in terms of the expenditure of these grants. We do agree that the master plan must be reviewed and implemented in terms of the Atropolis policy. And that can really unpack a greater economic participation in the city of Ekurhuleni. Now, I am standing here before you, councillors, wearing a work suit that was tailored by a local tailor in Twala section in Spruit. It cost me 500 rand to do. The young man employs roughly about 3 or 4 people. We're drawing to this because, Speaker, when I spoke to you earlier, I said to you that I would have not said or made this announcement earlier because I knew that Abu Mashonisa, in terms of Action SA, we know them, 12.5 million. They would have posed the question in reference to our suit and referred it to Gucci and any otherwise. It's the lack of creativity. We have had it so many times before. So many times before. We genuinely think that you need to come up with something different now. You cannot discredit the work suit that we wear. Many of our parents who go to part of the social activities, which includes funerals and weddings, go there wearing work suits to assist. So we should never ever undermine work suits. Many of our workers in the city of Ekurhuleni wear these work suits. This is a representation of the working class in the city of Ekurhuleni. With that being said, would like to appreciate all the contributions that have been made by the progressive political organizations in this House, that every single point that speaks of how we can take the city forward has been noted. And it's something that would review and have a thorough engagement and discussion on. And would like to thank you for having given us the opportunity to table the people's budget before you and the support that you have given it. With that being said, thank you very much, Mayor. Thank you to the political organizations that have given us support, and thanks to you, Madam Speaker. Siyabonga. You want me to respond? You want me to respond? Those who are obsessed with power, and out of all the discussions that we've had in this council sitting, Madam Speaker, the only thing they can refer to is privileges such as blue lights. Ba apere the ribbon here. We shall respond. In terms of the trucks, you want to know where the trucks? We should have asked you the very same question because you were overseeing the Department of Waste, and you ought to have found out that there is a significant portion of the trucks that are missing. A case has been opened. We shall await for that process to unfold. Thank you very much.
Thank you, MMC. Thank you. Thank you, councillors. We are now going to call on the Executive Mayor, Councillor Sivuyile Ngotwana, to make the closing remarks.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Let me start by appreciating the great budget speech that was delivered by MMC Dunga earlier on. This is a true budget of the people, and I'm sure the
Councillors,
residents of Ekurhuleni.
just a second, Mayor. Councillors, Ralekupa, councillor in a pink top, Rakupa. Raukupa, you've been chatty so much, and we've been really patient. Raukupa, Mama. EM, you may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is a true budget of the people, and I'm sure the residents of Ekurhuleni and stakeholders are impressed. All the issues were well articulated, and most all money were allocated towards the realizing of the strategic priorities that our people directed to implement. Many young people will be excited at the revival of the bursary scheme and that we have allocated. People in informal settlement will be satisfied that we're considering other abolition solutions, while at the same time allocating over 270 million towards the reblocking and electrification of 12 informal settlement in the immediate future. The fact that we are putting 2 million for the signature event and the revival of the Festival of Other Music Concerts should come in great news for the people. We heard you, MMC, when you said 277 million for the upgrading of our electricity infrastructure, meaning we are doing something drastical to stabilize the grid. There are many other good stories you've told earlier, and I'm sure that people are indulged the speech further, they will agree that indeed the people's government means business. Madam Speaker, I did not expect anything different from what the DA and other smaller parties raised here today. It will be expected that after collapsing service delivery, they will then dribble on the straw to try and save face. We are sitting on this mess today because of the multi-party coalition government, which were opted to prioritize service delivery for the minority few. Today we channel millions towards fixing potholes, resuscitating waste removal, grass cutting, and upgrading of stormwater drainage system, because these were all neglected by this very coalition that is attacking us today. While we have been in the office for a few weeks, but I'm sure that we have delivered far more than what they did in 18 months. Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, I do not want to spoil this great day by reflecting on the shambolic past. Rather, mine is to call all like-minded political parties to pull all stop towards the realization of our mission of a better life for all. Now, the plan has been funded. Let it be all hands on deck in realizing our mission. One thing to emphasize is that we are a dynamic team based on diverse view, but very passionate about service delivery. I don't care much about being called names as long as service delivery is done. Let's soldier on. Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. We are now at a point where we must approve Council Item AF 17/2023, which is the reviewed integrated development plan, the IDP, and the medium-term revenue and expenditure framework MTREF for the 2023-2024 to 2025-26 and the revised 2022-23 to 2026-27 integrated development plan. Councillors, those that agree that the item must be approved can respond with a yes. Thank you, councillors. Those that say no, Councillor Janse van Rensburg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Freedom Front Plus would like to record our vote against the budget.
Are you proposing that we must vote on the item? Councillor Dlamini, you don't just nod your head. If you want to say something, you must raise your hand and speak on the mic. Thank you, councillors. The item is therefore approved. Thank you, Councillor Dlamini.
Thank you, Speaker. We thought like you'll ask us in the various political parties, those who support the item or not. We want to state as a DA that we are voting in favor of the budget.
Thank you, Councillor. Oscar Guada. Oscar Guada. Agere, we also gave you an opportunity to preside over the council. Thank you, councillors. We are going to adjourn. Please raise your hand, Alderman Campbell, if you have anything to say.
Madam Speaker, I would appeal that you have parties record their votes. It's a budget item. Thank you.
Thank you. When parties, Councillor Dlamini Gangan, when parties were speaking, they were indicating whether they support the budget or not. The DA has just indicated that they support the budget. Thank you, councillors. We are going to adjourn until 5 o'clock, where we will start our ordinary council meeting. Councillors, please take this opportunity to go outside if the exhibitions are still there, so that we see what our SMMEs have for us. Thank you.